Live now, yes, Anne?
Yes, you may go live, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is a virtual meeting of the RBKC's Licensing Subcommittee, and it's being held via Microsoft Teams, and it's also being streamed live. Please can you all go on mute, which I think it looks as if you all are, and turn your cameras off unless speaking. I'm Councillor Sof McVeigh, and I'll be chairing the meeting. Today, we will be considering a review application requested by the Metropolitan Police in respect of a restaurant called Casa Cruz at 123A Clarendon Road, W14. I'm accompanied by two other committee members. If you could please introduce yourselves and also make any declarations of interest, please. Thank you.
I'm Councillor Malcolm Spalding. I'm the Ward Councillor for Earls Court Ward, and Chair, I have no declarations of interest.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Janet Evans, Councillor for Courtfield Ward. I have no particular declarations of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm Councillor for Brompton and Handstown Ward, and I have no declarations of interest, though I do live relatively close to the premises. And as this is a virtual meeting, if I lose connection, the quorum for this committee is 2. So I'm nominating Councillor Evans to be appointed as a substitute chair. Councillor Spalding, please can you nominate this and confirm that's okay? Second this, rather.
Yes, Chair, I would like to nominate Councillor Evans to be the replacement chairman if your connection fails.
Thank you. And of course, if other people lose connections, please make that known, and we can always have a short adjournment because it's very important for all parties to be present, please. Thank you. Everyone should have also received procedures for this meeting regarding how to connect back in if you do lose that. So thank you. And we will not be using the chat functions of Teams. So if you have a very important question, please raise your hand, and Anne Wright will let me know, and we'll bring you in at a suitable moment. So we have all the papers relating to this application are publicly available, and I have a huge bundle here in front of me, as do all the parties, but we will be able to get them on the screen, and they can be scrolled through again by the team. And Anne or Gareth, can you please confirm the papers we have are the main committee pack, a large additional bundle submitted by Casa Cruz, a skeleton argument of the police, food alert submitted by Casa Cruz, and a skeleton argument of Mr. Grant. Please, can you confirm that those are the correct papers and that all parties have them? Thank you.
Chair, that is correct. Those were all sent out. We also have the list of conditions, possible conditions that were sent out by our legal advisor yesterday, and an updated version sent out at 8:35 a.m. this morning.
Fantastic. And so all parties have received those. Thank you. I just want to do a brief introduction about this because this is an important case and serious issues have been raised. And I just want to clarify the powers of this committee. The committee cannot establish the guilt or innocence of a party or issue fines. Our role is to ensure the licensing objectives are being promoted and are not undermined. If the committee decides the licensing objectives have not been promoted, it can take one or more steps as outlined on page 7 of the main committee papers. Namely, take no further action, modify the conditions of the license, exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the license, remove the designated premises supervisor, suspend the license for a period not exceeding 3 months, or revoke the license. Thank you. And so before we get going on the case, I'd like just to go around and do some introductions, please. So, and if you can all please confirm you are present, that would be very helpful. So first of all, we have the council's licensing team. We have Mr. Phelan and Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Chair. Present.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Present. Fiona Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have our legal advisor, Ms. Titcombe.
Good morning, Chair. It's Heidi Titcombe here and I'm present.
Thank you. And then our committee officers, I think many of you have already spoken to Anne Wright, and we also have Gareth Ebenezer and Yasmin and Esme. I believe you're all on the call already.
Yes, they are, Chairman.
Fantastic, thank you. Now we have quite a few parties attending the hearing today, and I'd like them all to please introduce yourselves and confirm you're participating in the hearing. First of all, we'll start with the parties for the review. So I understand we have PC Ian Davis, who is represented by Mr. Charles Holland of Council and Andrew Holt, Solicitor. Can you all please confirm you're participating and confirm who you will be calling as witnesses? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Charles Holland and I'm counsel for the police. I'll be calling Mr. Davis as a witness, although other officers are here observing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we also have Ms. Laura McGurn supporting the police review and representing the licensing authority. Again, can you please confirm you're here and let us know about any witnesses, please?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, this is Laura McGann here from Licensing. I will not be calling any witnesses today.
Thank you. And then we have Mr. Kieran McKenna, who's supporting the review and representing Environmental Health. Can you please confirm you're here and any witnesses, please?
Yes, good morning, and I have no witnesses. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to parties for the premises. The premises licence holder is Casa Cruz London Limited, and they're represented by Mr. Gary Grant of Council and Mr. Thomas and Ms. McGowan, who are the legal advisors. So can you please confirm you're all here and witnesses you will be asking to call?
Yes, good morning, Councillor. I'm Gary Grant, Counsel for the licence holder. I'm supported by Alan Thomas and Hallie McColgan from Thomas & Thomas Solicitors. The sole director of the licence holder is Mr. Nicholas Fallows. He's online. As well as the new replacement DPS, Mr. Tibor Balint.
Thank you very much for that. And supporters of the licensed premises, Casa Cruz, I noticed that there are 44 representations in support of the premises in the pack, and I understand the following people wish to speak. I believe we have most people here, so please can you confirm if you're attending today? Councillor Marwan Enalgi.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I'm here. I'm Councillor for Nottingdale.
Councillor for Nottingdale. Thank you very much. Mr. Amit Berkman.
Yes, I'm on. Hi.
Thank you very much. Mark Chattin.
Yes, I'm online.
Thank you. Columbus O'Donnell. I think Anne, you said
Chair, he hasn't joined us this morning.
Right, understood. Thank you. Reginald Adatman.
Reginald is also not with us.
Okay.
And Dion is not available until later in the morning.
Understood.
And James Ramos has not joined us either.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And so I just want to get to the time situation. Normally we'd allow each party 10 minutes to present their submissions, but Mr. Thomas has asked for 30 minutes on behalf of the premises licence holder, and as we give that amount to one party, we also, in the manner of fairness, have to give that to all parties. So following discussion with the committee, we confirm that we will allow each party up to 30 minutes to make their submissions, which should include any evidence given by their witnesses. And as usual, please note that closing submissions are not permitted. And on top of that, each party will be allowed to ask questions up to a maximum of 5 minutes to the opposing party at the appropriate time after their submission and after the committee has asked the questions. Thank you. So I will briefly outline the procedure of the meeting. So first we'll have the licensing officer, Mr. Phelan, who'll give a brief outline of the application. And then we will turn to Mr. Holland for the police to explain why the review has been requested and what steps he'd like the committee to take. And then the committee will ask questions, and then other parties can ask questions as well. Then we'll turn to the licensing authority submissions. Ms. McGowan will present her submission, And likewise, again, the questions will happen. And then environmental health submissions. Mr. McKenna will present his submissions, and then again, questions will happen. And then we'll move to the turn of the premises license holder. So that will be Mr. Grant, and he will present his submissions up to 30 minutes, and then questions by the committee and then other parties. And then depending on the time, we may have a break after that, or we may have a break before that. And then we'll move to supporters of the premises. We may have to be a little flexible about this because one can only join, I believe she's working in a school, and so it all depends on the breaks in the school when she can come in. So again, Anne, if you could please keep us informed of when she's present. And the supporters of the premises will also have up to 30 minutes to make their representations. And again, questions will be asked of the parties. And then we bring in our legal officer, Ms. Titcombe, to ask any questions and to clarify any issues which have been raised. And then again, we will turn to our governance team, to see if any issues have been raised in the chat that we need to cover. So there will be no summing up, and then the meeting will come to an end. And the decision will not be announced today. It will be circulated in 5 working days, and the live broadcast will end. So thank you for that. So I think we will just get going, please. So Mr. Phelan, will you please give us an outline, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all. This application for the review of a premises licence has been submitted by PC Davis of the Metropolitan Police in respect of Casa Cruz, basement, ground and first floor south, 123A Clarendon Road, W114JG. PC Davis confirms the grounds for review as a prevention of public nuisance and a prevention of crime and disorder following a private party held at the premises on the 28th of November 2020, which was in breach of the coronavirus regulations in effect at the time and a breach of condition attached to the premises licence. The full application for this review can be found on pages 20 to 68 of the main bundle. Both the licensing authority and the health and safety team have made objections in support of the review application. A summary of their respective representations can be found on pages 2 to 4 of today's papers. I can confirm that the licensing authority has received 44 representations in support of the premises. A summary of these representations can be found on pages 4 to 6 of the main bundle. The premises has been the subject of 1 temporary event notice in the previous 24-month period. Council records indicate that 5 noise complaints had been received in the preceding 24 months. A full schedule of complaints from June 2015 to December 2020 has been included as part of the licensing authority's representation as its Appendix 1. Finally, I can confirm that a copy of the review application was delivered to a member of staff at the premises, with copies of the required notice going on display at the premises, Town Hall, Library and Pembroke Road for the required 28-day period. That concludes the opening statement. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful, as there are so many papers to this case. So now can we please turn to Mr. Holland, please, to explain why the review has been requested. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I'm going to use my skeleton argument essentially as a route map to my submissions this morning, starting with the facts, which happily are not in any serious dispute. The premises came to adverse police attention following receipt of a report on the evening of Saturday, the 28th of November, that a party was being hosted there. And the person who complained to the police said that large groups of people had arrived at the premises through the back door, security aligning the grounds, and there's loud music. Now, as you've just been told, this was during the lockdown, the second national lockdown. So at that time, businesses which provided food or drink for consumption on the premises had to close and stop providing food or drink for consumption on the premises. There was a stay-at-home restriction, as there now currently is in the third national lockdown, which prohibited persons from leaving or being outside the place where they were living without reasonable excuse. And thirdly, it was unlawful to participate in a gathering of 2 or more persons indoors unless there were exceptions that permitted that. And when the police attended on the premises shortly after 11:30 at night, so well after the curfew that would have been in force had we not been in lockdown, they could see through gaps in window coverings a male behind the bar with 5 females at 2 tables and empty glasses at the tables, and they were participating in a party. The doors to the premises were locked. The officers knocked on doors and windows to gain access. That caused the music that they could hear when they arrived to be switched off, but otherwise they weren't afforded access. They Googled the venue, found its phone number and phoned it, but the call was not answered. And so they effectively left the premises at that point because they could not gain access. And what transpired through reports in the media were that the premises had that evening hosted the birthday party of Ms. Rita Ora, who is a well-known celebrity. The then designated premises supervisor, Mr. Batarai, was interviewed at the premises a couple of days later on the 1st of December. And what he said was he'd been contacted by Ms. Ora's representatives on the afternoon in question, and he'd been offered £5,000 for the use of the premises that evening. He said he agreed to that because he was greedy or being greedy, and he then travelled to the premises. He said that he began to admit access to the group about 7 p.m, and he said that at his peak at around 9 p.m, he counted 17 people there. He was fully aware that the event breached the coronavirus regulations, and he said he was the sole staff member facilitating the event. Now, the purpose of the police visit on the 1st of December was to obtain footage from the CCTV system, and the license is subject to a condition, condition 20, which essentially says there shall be a CCTV system and viewings shall be made available to the police upon request. Mr. Batari said that he had in fact switched the CCTV off on the night in question at about between 6 and 6:30 p.m. at the request of Ms. Ora's security. There was a specialist officer there to check the CCTV, and when he looked at the system, it was apparent it didn't have any recordings before 3:15 p.m. on the 30th of November. His witness statement sets out possible explanations for this, and they include reformatting or replacement of the hard drive at that point. And so the situation the police were left with was that they could not view what they should have been able to view for the party, for the incident in question. But not only that, they couldn't go back for 31 days before and see what else had happened at the premises. Mr. Batarai has been cautioned and is the subject of an ongoing criminal investigation. And the matter, as I say, was the press were aware of it very shortly afterwards. It's been the subject of extensive reports in the national and indeed the international media, and has attracted public interest and concern. Now, Chair, unsurprisingly, and no doubt as a result of the very sensible advice from its extremely experienced legal team, the premises license holder, the company, has taken steps before this hearing. Mr. Batarai has been dismissed from the company's employ. The company's offered a schedule of additional conditions, which include debarring provisions in respect of Mr. Batarai and an upgrade of the CCTV system with secure cloud storage so that nobody in the future could do what Mr. Batarai did in terms of tampering with the CCTV. The issue between the police and the premises license holder here, although this is a decision, as you're aware, that you take in the public interest. It's not adversarial litigation between two parties. The issue is not really any factual dispute. It's what's appropriate and proportionate to promote the licensing objectives going forward. You've already set out the statutory steps you're entitled to take, and the real dispute, I suspect, today is what is the appropriate steps. We've exchanged skeleton arguments, and as you can see from the police's skeleton argument, and as I repeat this morning, the police do not consider that the de facto change of the DPS and the imposition of additional conditions, or indeed the short suspension that Mr. Grant canvasses in his skeleton argument, go far enough to promote the licensing objectives. The police case is that it is appropriate and proportionate to revoke the license. So far as the law is concerned, paragraph 22 of my skeleton argument, as I've said, this is a decision that you must make in terms of deciding what steps to impose for the public benefit. It's not a dispute between the police and the premises license holder. We are rather making submissions to you, and you must make your decision for the public benefit one way or another to satisfy the statutory objectives. And that's law that's found in case law, the Nottinghamshire case that's in paragraph 22 of my skeleton argument. But as I summarise in paragraphs 23 and 24, you'll also find that, and sorry about the typographical error, in the section 182 guidance, which says that the review procedure is a key protection for the community, that where there's been crime, your role is to determine what steps to be taken in connection with the premises license for the promotion of the crime prevention objective. And as I highlight at the end of that quote, in the interests of the wider community and not those of the individual license holder. Chair, deterrence is a proper consideration in licensing decisions. It's paragraphs 25 through to 28 of my skeleton argument. And the passage in paragraph 27 in the Hanif case that I have put in bold, I orally underline again this morning, so far as where there has been past misconduct, one needs to look at the antecedent facts, what has gone on, as those will impact upon the statutory question. But the prevention of crime and disorder requires a prospective consideration of what is warranted in the public interest, having regard to the twin considerations of prevention, stopping this happening again at this premises, and deterrence, a wider consideration. And so far as past misconduct is concerned, there's a long-established authority, the Knightsbridge Crown Court ex parte International Sporting Club, paragraph 29 of my skeleton argument, where public confidence in the regime is an important factor. And the passage I have put in bold, there may well be cases in which the wrongdoing of the company license holder has been so flagrant and so well publicised that no amount of restructuring can restore confidence in it as a fit and proper person to hold a license. It will stand condemned in the public mind as a person unfit to hold a license, and public confidence in the licensing justices would be gravely shaken by allowing it to continue to run the casino. That's an authority that still, although it related to the Gaming Act 1968, it's still regularly cited in numerous licensing regimes. Turning to the submissions flowing from the law and the facts, Madam Chair, I don't think there's any issue that on the civil standard that you're applying today, that there has been a string of criminality flowing out of the incident on the 28th of November. I list 5 categories of offences at paragraph 31 of my skeleton argument. We have had breaches of the lockdown regulations, breaches of laws designed to protect the safety of people in business premises. So the COVID-19 risk assessment will no doubt have been flouted, giving rise to offences under the Health and Safety at Work Act. The locking of the doors whilst patrons are on the premises will have included locking of fire doors, an offence under Regulatory Reform Fire Safety Order. There have been breaches of the Licensing Act, both in the deletion of the CCTV and in the not permitting access to the police to the premises on the night in question when they came along. And then most seriously of all, breaches of the coronavirus regulations, which is a criminal offence of itself, but also potentially an offence under the common law, offence of public nuisance, because it's an act not warranted by law, which has an effect of endangering the health of the public. There are aggravating factors, which I'll come back to at the end of these submissions, but in my submission, no question that the crime and disorder objective has been engaged, and the police review is brought on that and public nuisance, and the common law offence of public nuisance is also a civil tort and a party bringing people into close proximity with each other during the national lockdown, in my submission, plainly a public nuisance. Now, there is much where the police and the company are in agreement, and to make the police's position clear, the non-controversial elements now of the company's response to this application are set out in paragraphs 34 through to 38 of my skeleton argument, and I'm not going to labour those points now, other than to say that certainly so far as the company is concerned, the police accept that the culpable individual, the personally culpable individual, was Mr. Batarai. But the point I would make is that culpability, whether the director is culpable, whether other people in the company are culpable, culpability is not the same thing as responsibility. If a principal, if the company and its board delegates responsibility to an agent, whether that's entirely, although that's an entirely legal and lawful thing to do, if the agent is culpable for these breaches, the company is still responsible for the agent's acts. And in my submission, the company still has to answer to the wider community, and the interests of the wider community, the case law tells us, prevails. The police's case, in essence, is at paragraph 42 of my skeleton argument. The police say the promotion of the licensing objectives here require a strong and clear message both to the hospitality trade and to the wider public of the consequences of a breach of the regulations taken knowingly, deliberately, for financial gain, in a manner that was planned to conceal the obvious illegality of what was going on from the authorities. There's some, if you want a sign that there's a risk that the strong and clear message may not get home, may be diluted, in my respectful submission, you need look no further than the company's response to my skeleton argument. What I say at paragraph 46 of my skeleton argument is that the incident on the night was one of the most egregious and certainly the most notorious breaches of the regulations committed on licensed premises during the pandemic. That is how the police categorise that. The skeleton argument served on behalf of the company at paragraph 12 says, in describing what went on the 28th of November as one of the most egregious breaches, the police are exaggerating. It is suggested that there are worse breaches than what happened on Casa Cruz on the 28th of November. Mr. Grant compares the events there to events in other premises in Birmingham, in Ealing and Peckham, where he says that there are essentially that it's worse because they had large-scale events with scores or hundreds of people dancing in crowded rooms, barricaded doors and the rest. Well, it's not a competition as to who is the worst, Chair, but as far as I can tell, none of the examples Mr. Grant give occurred in lockdown. None of the examples Mr. Grant gives concern situations where the use of the premises, the illegal use of the premises, was bought and paid for by somebody who selfishly wished to flout the lockdown. None of the premises that Mr. Grant takes this committee to appear to have the luxury of the financial stability and security that a premises of this quality and this ownership enjoy. And so I'm going to dig my heels in and say, no, we still say that this is one of the most egregious breaches of the regulations committed on licensed premises during the pandemic because of the time, because of the motivation, and because of the qualifications. A premises that should have known better and indeed did know better in doing what it did. Mr. Grant characterises this in paragraph 12 of his skeleton argument as a private dinner party involving up to 17 persons. Now, that, in my submission, seriously underplays what went on. He describes it elsewhere as a mistake. I don't accept that a mistake is the accurate way of looking at this. This was a deliberate conspiracy to flout the lockdown regulations for financial gain and selfish pleasure. The conspiracy started with concealment, and when discovered, it ended in non-cooperation and cover-up. It's hard to think of a more serious case. Faced with this situation, Chair, you and your colleagues will need to think about what steps you take for the wider community. And the first question, or that requires an inquiry or an investigation into who is the wider community. Mr. Grant, in paragraph 13 of his skeleton argument, says the expectations of the public in this case are reflected in the 44 formal representations from local residents in support of the restaurant. And as the police accept, there is significant local support for what obviously is a very agreeable and pleasant facility and neighbour to have. But in my respectful submission, looking at the immediate locality does not cast the net far enough in the context of a pandemic, which involves a highly transmissible virus, which, if contact between human beings is unchecked or untravelled, results in exponential growth and disease and misery, not just for the residents of your borough, Chair, but for England and beyond. And that is in my submission the public interest you should be having regard to, because these coronavirus reviews in my submission engage far wider public harm than a common or garden review about noise or localized crime would engage. In my submission, Chair, you need to be thinking about the wider public and the licensed trade that serves the wider public. The slap on the wrist that Mr. Grant advocates in my submission is no deterrent at all to the wider trade. It sends the message that a suitably well-resourced company that can delegate management can effectively delegate responsibility when things go wrong. It can insulate itself from the consequences of its agents' actions through delegation, and in my submission that can't be right, and a short suspension in the context of a lockdown that may go on for months is meaningless. So far as the public are concerned, Chair, and I set this out in paragraphs 47 and 48, I see they're on the screen, much obliged. The public in my submission need to know that action will follow from serious breaches, both as a deterrence to them, a deterrence to do. Maybe many of them will not have the privileges that Missouri has, but certainly a deterrence from drawing operators into illegality, but also, Chair, in my submission, they need reassurance that the system is working. Public confidence, I regret to say, in view of the obvious qualities of this operation outside the aberration, as it's rightly described, that Mr. Batarai engaged in. But I regret to say that in the police's submission, and they take no relish in this, public confidence will be gravely shaken unless a breach as egregious and notorious as this does not result in revocation. So, Chair, those are my submissions. I'm going to ask PC Davis just if he has anything to add. Obviously, it's been something of a moving feast because when his statement was written, we hadn't seen the company's response. We have now done. That has obviously given some reassurance as to the company's knowledge of this. And I believe Mr. Davis would like to update the committee on his views. So if I can turn to him.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to add, it is with deep regret that we find ourselves at this review hearing in relation to these premises and the surrounding circumstances. These are unprecedented times with the continued loss of life, sickness, various sacrifices, and economic hardship that this country is facing. Only on a daily basis, there's grim milestones are being met in relation to this pandemic. A clear message to the hospitality industry in their vicarious responsibilities needs to be made in relation to any premises who risk operating during these national lockdowns, to deter and discourage the public from organising such events, as no one is above the law and all will be held accountable. All licensing conditions are proportionate. However, the impact and tone of the breach of this CCTV condition has had serious implication on the responsible authorities' investigations. The circumvention of the government's directives is having an adverse effect on public confidence and enforcement. The NHS hospitals are reported as overrun. Also, the potential health risk not only for police and the local authorities, their families, and the wider public in relation to investigating COVID matters. There's been public and press interest in relation to this matter, who will be also monitoring these decision processes closely. Police have now had to take an even more robust approach for public benefit and the wider community. RB County licensing enforcement and health and safety have also submitted supportive representations, and a bespoke decision for a bespoke borough needs to be made that will set a precedent and send a clear message to all. The police will be guided by the committee's decision. My submission.
Thank you. Mr. Holland, are you adding anything further?
No, Chair, that is our application.
Thank you very much for that. That was very thorough, and I appreciate you going through all the numbered paragraphs so clearly. That was very helpful. I will turn to the committee members in a moment for a couple of questions. But I would just like to ask, you talk a lot about deterrence and the wider consideration for the community in terms of the company has to answer to the wider community. And what do you mean by that? Because you mentioned about the 44 supporters of the premises, and they are part of the immediate community.
Correct.
And I just wondered what your definition between the wider community and the immediate community are, please.
So far as the wider community is concerned, I'm actually talking about not just the entire borough, but the country generally. This is a very unusual time, Chair. This is a nationwide effort, and we've seen in particular times where there have been a tier system or a localized system in relation to the spread of the virus, where the virus has been particularly prevalent in some areas and not in others. This was at a time when there was a national lockdown and needed to be a national effort. And this is a review case that is of national interest because of the identity of the person whose party it was. So this isn't. This is going to be a case that's going to be reported not just locally but nationally and internationally. And what concerns the police is that if effectively consequences are not seen to flow from what has happened, that is sending a message, not just locally but nationally, that with effective, if an operator is in the privileged position of being able to dispense with its DPS, throw resources at updating systems and at resisting a review, it essentially is treated more lightly than other premises, and that effectively consequences have not flown from the.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Thank you. I just want to clarify, because I know there is lots of interest in this case, understandably, and for those listening in, DPS, there's lots of jargons in the Licensing Act, is Designated Premises Supervisor. And again, maybe just to clarify, you talk about culpability versus responsibility,
yes,
and the distinction between a DPS, Designated Premises Supervisor, which obviously supervises the licensed premises, and the company. And just a question for you about where you think the difference between the culpability and the responsibility lie within those two roles, please.
There is no, I mean, perhaps I should underline what I skimmed in my submissions, but it's paragraphs 37 through to 38. We accept that the company was entitled to delegate day-to-day management to Mr. Bhattarai. We're not aware of any matters that prior to the incident in question should have caused the company to have concerns about him. And we accept that in general, the company has acted properly since it became aware of the incident. If you were to say which individual is to blame for this incident, which individual is culpable, the only candidate for that, so far as the company is concerned, is Mr. Bhattarai. But just because the board of directors, which is a board of one, Mr. Fallows, is not personally culpable, does not mean the company is not legally responsible for what went on. If you're entitled to delegate management to an individual, but you'd be well advised to keep an eye on that individual because you are legally liable for his actions. I don't think it's the police's place to enter into any sort of speculation as to whether more could have been done to keep an eye on Mr. Bhattarai, because at the end of the day, he, as agent for the company, is the company in what he did. And the case law says the company's interests take second place to those of the wider community.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. I'll now turn to my fellow committee members to see if they have any questions before I open it up to other parties. Thank you. Councillor Evans, if you have any questions, please.
Yes, I do. I have a few questions. First of all, can you confirm upon entry how many staff were in the premises?
Councillor, we weren't permitted entry.
I see. Right.
The officers were denied entry to the premises.
Okay, that's an answer. Thank you. Now, there was a discussion of a £10,000 fine. Where does that kick in, and has it been paid? That was in the press.
That was in the press. I wouldn't want to. I think I wouldn't want to start answering questions about the criminality or otherwise of individuals who aren't before this committee. I think I'm sailing into slightly choppy water if I do that, with respect, Councillor. I can ask PC Davis if I'm right to be cautious about that.
I was just curious if it's the premises or would it be the party?
It was not, so far as I'm aware, it's not the premises. No, not the premises.
Okay.
I've seen press reports of I think actually before I say anything that's going to prejudice any outside investigations, I probably need to take quite careful instructions on that.
Okay.
Can I come back to you on that?
Yes, absolutely. And then I just wanted to know, would you say that with COVID-19 that we have a duty, as you said, to the wider community? So with regard to the 4 licensing objectives, where would you say that would apply with regard to the COVID-19?
Well, in relation to this review is brought on the grounds of prevention of crime and disorder and prevention of public nuisance. And I can't really, I shouldn't seek to go beyond those, and I don't seek to go beyond those.
That's fair enough.
A debate amongst lawyers as to whether public safety covers coronavirus, whether that is in fact public health, which is something different. But I'm not going to go there, nor do I ask you to go there, because I say squarely this is crime and it's a public nuisance.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Spalding, do you have any questions?
Yes, Chairman, I have 3 questions for Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland, I appreciate your point that you say this is of great public interest, and the public here is wider than just the local community, and that you're seeking some sort of exemplary treatment. My first question is, the police evidence shows that the CCTV recordings were wiped clean on the day after this incident occurred. You say in paragraph 8 of your submission that this breaches condition 20 of the licence. I just noticed that actually in the pack we have it on page 16 of the pack, it actually says now condition 21, the premises shall install, maintain a CCTV system, etc. My first question is then, in that context, would you say that wiping clean the evidence and breaching that condition 20 or 21, is that in itself a sufficient undermining of crime and disorder and public nuisance? That in itself, is that sufficient, would you say, normally to revoke a licence?
Well, Councillor, firstly, apologies for the typographical error. It is condition 21. I'm looking at it now. It's very hard to, or care should be taken about saying there's any hard and fast rule about whether the deliberate erasure of CCTV would be sufficient or otherwise in any case, because all cases are judged on their own merits. And essentially it's a balancing exercise for you, and it's an evaluative exercise. So in this case, for instance, the fact that there's significant local support is a point in the premises' favour. What I would say about breach of a CCTV system condition is that it's really serious, because licensing can only work if there's trust. This committee can't sit on the shoulders of every operator every hour they're operating. That's just nonsensical. And there needs to be trust in operators that they're promoting the licensing objectives and complying with conditions. And CCTV is one way of effectively policing that trust has been repaid. And here it's impossible because the system didn't show any information, not just for the night in question, but for a month before. It is, you asked, does it, I don't think it engages the public nuisance objective, but it's certainly, in my submission, engages the objective for the prevention of crime and disorder. Because if licensable activities are being carried on and the conditions aren't being complied with, that's an offence under section 136 of the Act.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. That leads to the second question. The police were not granted access. They knocked at the doors, they knocked at the windows. Their evidence said then that everybody cleared out of the ground floor and disappeared.
Yes.
Would you say that in a normal case, and I know you're seeking something exemplary here, but would you say normally that a premises not granting access to the police, does that sufficiently undermine prevention of crime and disorder that you would be asking for a revocation of a licence?
Well, again, Chair, it's almost impossible to give a hard and fast answer for that. I'm sorry to be a typical lawyer and qualify everything, but there can't be a firm rule as to whether, if on any given day a premises denies access to an officer, that's going to trigger a review. but it's certainly of itself extremely serious, because the police and authorised persons have got a right of entry to investigate licensable activities, and obstructing that right of entry is a criminal offence under the Licensing Act 2003. I'd just add, we're not seeking sort of exemplary action in relation to these particular premises just because it's of the notoriety of the case. What we're saying is that because of the notoriety of the case, because of the conduct that went on, it's appropriate and proportionate for that action to be taken.
Thank you. And then my third quick question is, putting these two together, clear breaches of the current licence conditions and clear criminality, which I think is your case, that yes. Putting these two together, we have criminal acts and we have acts breaching the conditions of the licence.
Yes. That
if we put those two things together, we have a sufficient weight where you and the police are asking for revocation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. Although I would add that we shouldn't forget this is a public nuisance as well on the police's case. That effectively throwing the COVID-19 risk assessment out of the window, ripping up the lockdown regulations, and allowing people to gather in licensed premises over a sustained period of hours is also a public nuisance as well as criminality.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Now we're going to turn to Mr. Grant, please. Have any questions? And can I please just clarify that it is questions? You will have a chance to do your submission shortly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, can you hear me okay?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
It's questions to PC Ian Davis directly, please.
Yep, thank you.
PC Davis, I want to indicate before I ask these questions that we entirely accept that this was a serious incident on the 28th of November. What I want to understand and question is this. Your approach, if I've understood it, is that because this is a serious COVID breach, there should in effect be a zero tolerance approach. And in this case, the ultimate sanction of revocation should follow. Have I understood that correctly?
I'm not saying it's zero tolerance. I'm asking the committee to make a decision based on these facts.
Yes, but because what I want your views on, please, is because there has been at least two very well publicised incidents reported on the BBC News in the last few days involving Metropolitan Police officers breaching COVID provisions. So we have, for example, 9 officers in the Chef House Kitchen Cafe illegally gathering in Greenwich on the 9th of January, and the Chief Superintendent did not dismiss them from their jobs, did not prosecute them, but took a proportionate approach and issued £200 fixed penalty notices. And the second well-publicised incident, this was just a few days ago, 31 Met Police officers had an illegal gathering in order to get haircuts at their station. Once again, the Chief Superintendent took a proportionate approach, didn't dismiss them, didn't prosecute them, but issued £200 fixed penalty notices. Do you accept, officer, that a proportionate approach does not have to only result in the ultimate sanction, and the same that holds good for Met Police officers ought to hold good to licensed premises?
I cannot comment on those decision processes.
Thank you, officer. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Going back to Mr. Holland and the question about the £10,000 fine, you are going to get advice on that and let us know, please. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Fantastic.
Yes,
so let
Chair,
us know.
if I could be so brave to cut in there. There's 4 patrons that attended the venue that were subject to being reported for COVID breaches. At present, I'm not prepared to or unable to also disclose how much they've been fined or what the circumstances of the fine's going to be. If that kind of gives you any sort of clarity.
That clarifies that. Thank you. So just to clarify, that is a completely separate investigation that is going on separate to this licensing hearing, correct?
Yes, and there are ongoing investigations in relation to the DPS, Mr. Battery, and also the premises that will be led by RBKC Licensing Enforcement, but they can address that matter in their submission.
Okay, I wasn't quite clear on that last bit. Sorry, can you repeat that? There are
ongoing investigations in relation to the COVID breaches involving the DPS, Mr. Battery, and also the premises, and that's being led by Kensington and Chelsea Licensing Enforcement.
Understood. Thank you very much. So we'll get to that shortly, because that should be part of this hearing as well. But in regards to the fine and any potential criminal investigations as to breaking the COVID regulations, that is separate to this hearing in terms of the fines. That's correct, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Licensing, would you please like to ask any questions?
Paul Phelan, good morning. Nothing from me at the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the licensing enforcement, would you like to ask any questions, please?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing from me.
Thank you. And Mr. McKenna, the health environmental team, would you like to ask any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So now we are going on to the submission.
Chair, sorry, Titcombe, could I just ask a question about some of the conditions that have been suggested?
Yes, well, would you like to ask those later once we've heard from Mr. Grant?
I can certainly do that, so I'm in your hands.
So we'll come back to conditions, because I think Mr. Grant might be talking about these in his submissions, but I think it's very important to definitely discuss those. And anything specific in addition to the police, Ms. Titcombe?
No, it was just in relation to the conditions, so I can deal with that when we come to that section.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So, Ms. McGann, will you please present your submission?
Good morning. Chairman, my representation is on behalf of the Licensing Authority and can be found at page 69 of the initial committee bundle, and has been submitted on the grounds of prevention of prevention of crime and disorder, prevention of public nuisance, and public safety. As you'll see in my representation, I have dealt with Casa Cruz since its opening over 5 years ago. This premises had a number of issues with noise from the terrace and patrons arriving and leaving the premises when it first opened. Meetings were held with the owner at the time and the designated premises supervisors at the time, along with one meeting with the solicitor who is present at the hearing today. I have included a list of complaints as Appendix 1. This is not simply to show complaints made to the council, but also to highlight a catalogue of management and staff issues during the 5-year period. Several of the visits made to the premises following complaints received have been due to issues with staff members. The committee will see in the additional documents submitted by the operator that there has been advice taken on board and management have spoken to staff on a number of occasions with a reoccurrence happening. If I could ask the committee to turn to page number 96 of the additional documents. This should show responses to the complaints log I provided in Appendix 1. On the 30th of September 2000.
Sorry, hang on a minute. Sorry. The additional documents, or in the I'm on the main pack.
It's the 400-page document.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is on the screen now. Fantastic. Whoever's organising the screen, fantastic job.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So page 96 of these additional documents should show responses to the complaints log I provided in Appendix 1. On the 30th of September 2016, you'll see the DPS was notified of a complaint of loud music at 3:08 a.m. This was caused by staff. The response to this was a warning letter issued to the staff members. Following this, on the 18th of December 2017, a little further down the page, or the next page, at 12:30, a noise complaint was received regarding loud music, which then turned out to be a staff Christmas party overrunning. On page 99 to 100 of the same document, you'll see that on the 15th of July 2018, a complaint was received regarding the behaviour of staff members. This was regarding smoking, making noise outside the premises, etc. This was then addressed by an action plan. On page 102, it shows on the 4th of July 2019, the premises was visited twice. Once at 11:05 in the evening due to a noise complaint, then once again at 4 a.m. due to the same issue, what I believe would be to be staff members smoking inside the premises. There are two parts to this review. The premises being used in breach of COVID regulations during the second national lockdown, at a time when the premises should not have been open to members of the public, nor should have been hosting a party. And secondly, the premises breaching condition 20 or 21 on the current licence, attached to the premises licence relating to CCTV. The health and safety team and police will highlight the major issues of the breaching of COVID regulations, which is still an ongoing national issue for the police and councils. These regulations are in place to protect and save lives, and breaching them is simply unacceptable. The breach of COVID regulations and the breach of Condition 20 attached to the premises licence are ongoing investigations for the licensing authority, and there may be matters which will not be possible to discuss today. If I could ask committee members to turn to page 72 of the initial committee bundle, you will see the licensing authority have asked if the committee are not minded to revoke the licence, the following conditions be attached to the licence. There are two conditions relating to the former DPS, Mr. Scotty Batari, not being permitted on the premises at any time, and then a policy in place to this effect. Then a condition requesting a dispersible and external management plan. And finally, a condition relating to meetings with residents at least twice a year. I note from Mr. Fallow's statement, page 13 of the additional documents, that the operator confirms the acceptance of these conditions requested, along with others. The licensing authority is grateful for the acceptance of these conditions, but it must be noted that we still have concerns with the management of the premises and would seek assurances of how an occurrence of this will not happen again. The licensing authority concerned that simply implementing a new manager in place will not stop the inherent lack of management control required. The licensing authority also have concerns that CCTV may once again be lost when requested, and would ask the operator how this concern can be alleviated. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that. Very succinct and very clear yet again. And just again to clarify for everyone, you relate to conditions which again Ms. Titcombe, our legal advisor, referred to earlier. And this is quite an important discussion, which I think we will definitely be having once we've heard from the premises licence holder, being represented by Mr. Grant later, because it's important to discuss these conditions. But I have a question for you, if I may. You said towards the end of your submission, you still have concerns about the management of the premises. Can you please just expand on that a little bit, please?
Sure. Well, obviously our concerns are the DPS, Mr. Batari, was managing the premises at the time. He's now been dismissed, and we have a new DPS that's in place that we need to have assurances that that DPS will be observed better, perhaps, will know the licensing conditions, will be aware of the requirements of them. It's concerning that the licensee has left the premises to this DPS and this has happened, and it's assurances that certain breaches of license conditions and obviously the COVID regulations in place at the moment, this would not occur again with the new DPS in place.
Thank you for that. So in terms of managing the new DPS, in best practice for other premises, what would you expect to see? Would you have meetings with them? Would you see proper training schedules? What would be best practice, please?
It would be ensuring that the DPS in place is qualified for that role, and then indeed, yes, checking that they are doing their day-to-day roles. Some licensees may even check CCTV occasionally to check that things are going as they should be, as well as speaking to all staff members, not just DPS, at the premises. So there's a number of measures that could be put in place that licensees should be aware of.
That's very helpful. Thank you. I have no further questions. I'm going to turn to my fellow committee members. Councillor Evans, would you have any questions?
Yes, I have one question. Just can you reconfirm the past infractions were under a different owner and a different DPS? Is that correct? Could you just say when this owner and this DPS came into position and the infractions that incurred?
Sure. So the licensee has always stayed the same. I believe the director of the company has changed. I believe the current director, they may be able to confirm this better, but I believe they became director of the company at the beginning of last year, maybe February last year, 2020. Mm-hmm. DPSs have changed a number of times. I think there may have been either 3 or 4 DPSs over the 5-year period, which isn't a strange thing for our licensed premises at all. The current DPS, I believe, had been in place for 2 years, and we hadn't had dealings with him previously.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, any questions for the licensing authority?
Just one question, Chair. Do we know, can we clearly establish the DPS, Mr. Scotty Batterai, can we clearly establish with which company was his contract of employment? Was he directly employed by Casa Cruz London Limited?
Sorry, Councillor, I wouldn't be able to answer that question directly. He was the DPS, the designated premises supervisor on the licence, but I'm not sure of the contract with the licensee on that.
Thank you. And Councillor Spalding, shall we come back to that when we have the licensed premises holder in front of us and ask them that question? That's a very important question. So let's hold on to that till...
Yes, Chair. Thank you. You're quite correct. Yeah.
Any other questions? No. Okay, so any questions from Mr. Grant to Ms. McGowan?
Yes, please.
Again, questions, please. Not
questions. Ms. McGowan, I just want to ask you about the noise complaints, please. And whoever the maestro is controlling the screen, if perhaps they could turn to the additional papers schedule. That's where we've taken your schedule and my client has made his comments. And you'll find the relevant part starting at page 99 as you type it in. Now, at the very bottom, 15th of July 2018, that's where the action plan was put in after some previous issues. Correct?
Correct.
And since the action plan, the officer who prepares the agenda report sums up there have been 5 noise complaints over 2 years.
Correct.
Yes, which is about just short of 1 every 5 months.
Correct.
And we are in a densely residential area.
Indeed.
You wouldn't, for licensed premises, suggest that that frequency of complaint is astronomically high, would you?
No, as I've put in my submission, it wasn't necessarily the noise complaints that was the concern. It was the amount of complaints about staff
Yes.
Concerning me.
Thank you. And if we just look at some of those 5 complaints within the last 2 years, so the most recent ones that will perhaps be of primary concern to the subcommittee members, could you please turn to page 102 on your schedule, so just up a page. So we have just 102. I think you need to go down a couple, please. Just down one more. Yep, there we go. Thank you. So if we look at the complaints, so these are parts of those 5 complaints in the last 2 years. We see the complaint on the 9th of December 2018. The top one, 2 complaints received regarding very loud music from a private event. Officers did visit and they could hear something going on, but they described it as very low-level music from the restaurant, barely audible. Correct? Not deemed a problem.
Yes.
And then if we look at, if you could go to the next page, please. So down one page. We see incident, no, that's it, too far. Thank you. We can see on the 6th of December 2019, so the second entry. That's it. Thank you very much. 6th of December 2019, we see complaint received regarding loud music. Officer called resident who requested officers go directly to the premises. The officer was there within 50 minutes, all quiet. Correct?
Yes, yes, correct.
And then on the 5th of July, same page. 5th of July 2020, there was an email complaint received regarding loud music in the early hours. Nothing was witnessed by the council. And you'll see my client's comment that the premises was entirely closed. It was empty. Nobody was there. They believe the noise emanated from a neighbouring residential flat. So that's one of the 5 complaints. Can you confirm that there is a phenomenon around the country with licensed premises that sometimes noise complaints ascribed to one venue may have come from a different source?
This can certainly occur, yes.
You've also had a chance to read the supporting representations, in this case from residents.
Yes.
And would you agree that that gives an impression overall, including from residents who live next door to the venue, that when it comes to noise nuisance, this is not a problem venue?
It does appear from the resident submission, and as I've said, my complaints log isn't necessarily about noise complaints. It's about the complaints being from staff at the premises.
Regarding the new DPS, Mr. Tibor, I think he's generally known as, the police had the power to object to that new DPS application, correct?
Yes.
And there was no objection from police?
Indeed, yes.
And you know of no other reason to suggest that Tibor is not a wholly suitable and responsible DPS?
I know no reason, no.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to the police. If you have any questions, please, Mr. Holland.
None, Chair.
No. And
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. PC Davis. And if Mr. McCann, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
No. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. McGowan, for your submission. That was very helpful. Now we are going to move on to the environmental health submission. And we have Mr. McKenna who will be submitting. And then I think, just to let everyone know, probably after we've asked you our questions, that will probably be a good time to have a short break, just to break for a moment then. But before, Miss Anne, can I please just ask you, I understand one of the supporters has just arrived, and I understand they may be time limited in their ability to attend. So,
yes, Chair, we have Dion Marina with us now. I'm not sure how long they're able to be on the call for, if they could confirm with us and whether they wanted to speak.
Yeah, I'm on break till 11:30, so I have a bit of time to talk now.
It's just 11:30.
Yeah, and then if I I have another break from 12 till 12:30, so whichever is better, I can talk then.
Okay, thank you so much. If possible, can we wait until 12 to 12:30 then? That would be really helpful, and really appreciate you joining. Thank you so much. So great, we will carry on then with Mr. McKenna. You have up to 30 minutes for your submission. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were contacted by our licensing colleagues to review the COVID-19 risk assessments for the premises, which the ones we saw originally were dated from the 3rd of June 2020, and these were found not to be suitable and sufficient for reasons of they were quite generic and not signed off by the senior management. But just to add to that, we have seen further update of risk assessments dated later and newer ones. Now, the importance of these risk assessments is, and why they have to be implemented, is to keep all employees and members of the public safe. If these are not followed and put in place, it presents ideal conditions for the spread of this highly infectious virus, as you can see from my submission there, which is on the screen. And just to point out as well, I did speak to our colleagues in public health, and they provided the data with the numbers of cases in the borough at the time and consequently. Thank you.
Are you okay, Mr. McKenna?
Yeah. So that's my statement.
Oh, okay.
It's quite short.
No, thank you very much. That's good, because we have all the information in front of us, and as you say, about the importance of these. Well, I think they've been submitted by Food Alert, haven't they? The importance of these risk assessments are absolutely crucial in this pandemic. I have no questions for you, because my one question you've answered already, because I did notice that you said you only had ones from the summer, and you've since seen the ones that were submitted on, I believe, October the 20th, 2020.
Yeah, further ones. It is the nature of risk assessments. They are a live document, so they do have to be kept up to date. And with the changes in regulations and guidance, changes do have to be made quite frequently at the moment.
Yes, I can imagine, and just keeping up to speed with all the different changes, and particularly in this fast moving situation. Thank you for that. I have no questions. Thank you. Councillor Evans, do you have any questions for the environmental health team?
Yes. After such a party during lockdown, would you enforce that they must do a proper cleaning of the venue?
Yes, I think cleaning in general has to be stepped up at the moment because of COVID. So we would expect deep cleans to be carried out of all businesses, really. But yeah, certainly if there have been measures haven't been in place and we weren't quite sure of what happened, we would expect a deep clean and disinfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Spalding, a question for environmental health.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Two quick questions. On the second page of your report, the last but one paragraph, that's page 88.
Yeah.
It's your visit was on Wednesday, the 2nd of December, and the alleged party took place on the 28th of November. So
Yes.
this is about 5 days later, or certainly 4 days later. You're giving evidence there that you observed the remains of a party.
Yes, that was evidence from one of our food safety officers who had been to carry out a routine food hygiene inspection, and that is just their findings because they weren't aware of the situation but had arranged to meet the premises just to do the routine food hygiene visit.
What was that observation of the restaurant area? Was that on your visit of Wednesday, the 2nd of December?
Yes, but it wasn't myself who carried out the visit, but yes, that was the observation of the officer.
This is the officer's visit, and that's evidence from the officer that still 4 days later, there was all sorts of remains of a party.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, question on the risk assessments, which are just really printouts from a standard pack by Alert 65, Food Alert. A lot of them are dated the 9th of the 12th, 2020.
Yes.
Are you quite clear who signed those documents? They seem to have a couple of initials at the bottom. I just wondered who's actually signed them.
Yeah, I'm not quite clear, but it should be signed off by the management because, as you say, these documents are downloaded and then adapted to each individual business because obviously there's specifics to each business of quite how they work. So it's down to whoever's in charge at the time to sign them off. I think it was Roman, I think, who signed those off.
And then are you quite clear what date they were signed?
Not the actual date, but just from the date at the top of the document. So that, as you say, some of them are 7th. There's various different ones, 30th of November 2020 or the 7th of December 2020.
These all seem to be dated the 20th of October.
Yeah.
That's a printout at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
It says the 20th of October,
Yeah.
and also at the top of the page, 20th of October. So
Yeah.
these were the risk assessments that had been done about a month before the alleged party.
Yeah, just
so
before
clearly,
the lockdown.
all the responsible people were clearly aware of the risk assessments for COVID.
Yes, it would have been the requirement for quite some time to have a COVID risk assessment since the start of the outbreak.
But certainly a month before, they clearly had been through the whole COVID process.
Yeah, and indeed, some of the ones we saw were from the 3rd of June 2020 as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spalding. We're just going to see if Mr. Grant or Mr. Holland have any questions, please, for you, Mr. McKenna.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. McKenna, I think you very fairly said that when you drafted your representation, stating that the risk assessments may not be sufficient, you hadn't seen the October risk assessments which were in force for the relevant date, the 28th of November. Is that right?
Yes.
You're now aware that these risk assessments have been provided by an expert company, Food Alert, and you've seen their letter, which is in the additional bundle at page 389. Yes?
Yes.
And bearing in mind, Food Alert have won the awards for the best SME and Business of the Year at the Kensington and Chelsea's Own Business Awards in 2018. Are you satisfied they are a professional company to assist with risk assessments?
Yes.
And are you also satisfied that the risk assessments put in place for October, when the premises was actually operating as a restaurant, were in fact sufficient?
Yes, but it's also important to note that these are to be downloaded and adapted by the business. So if there's any tweaks that need to be made specifically to the business, and that should be done, and perhaps other records kept sometimes.
Absolutely. But talking about the October risk assessments, which were the ones that were in force for the relevant date, those were sufficient, were they not?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holland, just confirming if you have any questions, please, for Mr. McKenna.
Chair, thank you. No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you. And Ms. McGowan, do you have any questions for Mr. McKenna?
No, no questions for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry, I'm slightly out of order. Could I just, in the view of that previous question, could I just ask again the officer to make it absolutely clear, these risk assessments are just pre-printed sheets which are downloaded from Food Alert, and Food Alert itself as a company in no way undertook the risk assessment itself. So they're not third-party assessments. These are just forms which have been signed by employees of the company, and we're not quite sure.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Assessed
So I think
by Roman, who is a company employee. So
yes.
The risk assessments have been done by the company themselves.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So the question to Mr. McKenna is this standard practice? Is this what happens to all licensed premises, or is this particular to this one?
It is to a degree standard. So it could be that the risk assessment can be provided, which is generic, but it does fit to what the business, how it operates. So it can be used in that sense. It's just if there's any areas where it might not quite be right, then you tailor it to your own requirements specifically for your site.
Thank you for that. Perhaps we can, when we come on to the submission by the premises license holder, perhaps we can just ask a few more questions about their risk assessments and also their staff training when we get to them. So thank you very much for that. I think we have now reached
Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, sorry, it's Heidi here.
Mm-hmm.
Just to say that there are a number of residential supporters.
Yeah.
They are an opposing party, so if they wanted to ask any questions of the police, Laura McGowan or Mr. McKenna, you could give them the opportunity to do so.
Of course. Let's bring any of the supporters in now. If you have any questions, this is not submissions. We'll be coming on to your submissions shortly, I promise you, and thank you for being so patient in waiting. But if you have any questions to any of the people you have heard about their submissions today, please do. Can you just say your name and say who you'd like to make a question to? Maybe I'll ask Councillor Marwan if you have any questions.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you so much. This is the first time I attend the licensing hearing. I'm really not feeling that well, but as from the last night, the long council meeting as well. So I don't have any specific question, just except to thank everybody contributed to this discussion. And I hope you will come to the right conclusion. And I will make my submission, just a presentation later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll be coming on to your submissions. Any other supporters wish to ask a specific question to the police or any of the responsible authorities you have heard so far? I will take that silence as a no. So, Ms. Titcombe, are you okay with that?
Yes, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure they had the opportunity.
No, thank you very much for that. It's very important. So we're going to have a 10-minute break now, and we will then get straight back into the premises license.
Berkman
is now exiting.
The premises license holder submission when we come back. So we will just have a 10-minute break, and we will join again at 11:50. 11:50. So I'm officially adjourning this hearing for 10 minutes. Thank you all very much. Please don't leave the meeting, though. Please just stay on the meeting, but have a break. Thank you. Anna, I'm just checking. Are you there?
I am here, Chair, and I can hear you clearly.
Great, fantastic.
I'm back.
Thank you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. So, Anna, are we okay to resume again? Are all the parties back? I'm not going to go through the attendance list again, but I just want to see if you can let me know if they're all on screen again.
I can let you know that none of them physically left the meeting. Their connections did not leave. But if we just check that certainly Mr. Holland and Mr. Grant are with us, that's...
I'm here.
Yes?
And I'm here.
Super.
And I can see fellow committee members are here, so that's good. And
yes, they are, Chair.
And can we just check we've got our legal advice, Ms. Titcombe, please?
Yes, certainly I'm here. Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we're all present again, and we are going to continue with the hearing, the review hearing into Casa Cruz. So now we have reached the stage where it will be the premises license holder submission. And Mr. Grant is speaking on behalf of the premises license holder, and you will have up to 30 minutes to present your case, please, and call any witnesses. And just a reminder that one or two of the witnesses, I think one can only be called between midday and 12:30. So thank you. Please do start when you're ready.
Councillor, I just wonder, I will probably be using the whole half an hour. Might it be better if the resident who has to be away, if they are able to speak now? I don't know if they're here yet. I think they'll be here between 12 and 12:30.
He'll
I wouldn't
be here.
want to rob that resident of the opportunity to speak because I'm speaking.
Okay, well, why don't you carry on at about 12:15? We'll see if he wants to jump in and say what he wants to say. He may not want to say much, so let's leave it as that. I'll keep an eye on the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of Casa Cruz London Limited, who are the premises license holder, the company unequivocally and unconditionally condemns the serious incident on the 28th of November. Nothing that I say today is intended to undermine the importance of all licensed premises and unlicensed premises from obeying the COVID regulations that my client accepts is there to protect the entire community. My client, by whom I mean in human form, Mr. Nicholas Fallows, who's the sole director of Casa Cruz London Limited, shares the concern, the shock, and the disappointment as to what an employee, the DPS Scotty Batari, allowed to happen at the restaurant on the 28th of November. But the license holder, Casa Cruz London Limited, Mr. Fallows himself, did not know about that party. He did not authorize it on behalf of the company. That is not an insignificant fact, both as a matter of fact and as a matter of law. That is what puts this case outside the vast majority of COVID reviews of licensed premises considered around the country. Since finding out about this incident after the event, Mr. Fallows, on behalf of the license holder, has taken all the robust steps you would expect a responsible operator to take. He has removed Mr. Batari from the premises and permanently barred him from it. In other words, he's removed the cause of the breach and can ensure there will be no repetition. Punishment in this case is not for the licensing process. That is for the criminal courts. And as you've heard from Mr. Holland and PC Davis, there are ongoing criminal investigations, both into the former DPS as well as into the company itself. If there is punishment to meet the crime, then that is to take place in the criminal courts, it is not the responsibility or duty of the licensing subcommittee. Now that in itself, because there is ongoing criminal investigations into the event of the 28th of November, means there are some legal constraints on me and my client as to any further details beyond what's already been disclosed, in exactly the same way as the licensing authority officer has the same restraints upon her. However, what we can say is this: punishment will be for the criminal courts. Today, as you all know, as experienced members of this subcommittee, it's about taking appropriate and proportionate steps that meet the individual facts of this case to promote the licensing objectives. We say part of the punishment that's already been meted out before any sanction this committee may impose or any future criminal court imposes. The punishment, in commercial terms, is the adverse publicity the restaurant and my client has already faced. There are few, probably no, licensed premises involved in these COVID cases that have received so much widespread adverse publicity as a result of the act of their former DPS. That is a punishment. It means the restaurant will be demeaned in the eyes of the public, and less people are likely to come, and that will be a heavy financial penalty my clients will have to bear. The publicity is not a proper factor that should persuade you to take a course that is more serious than you otherwise would have taken. That would be an injustice, because my client would be judged not by the seriousness in itself of the acts of their DPS, but because the party happened to be for a pop star who the tabloid newspapers are interested in. That would be an injustice to make the result more serious than it otherwise would have been. The police suggest that deterrence is a factor. It is a factor that a licensing committee can take into account. Doesn't have to, but it can. Where we part company with the police is the suggestion that deterrence can only be marked by imposing the most serious sanction available under the Licensing Act, the nuclear option of revocation. And we will suggest that there are other appropriate and proportionate steps that will promote the objectives in a more proportionate manner. Conditions, and if need be, a suspension of the license to mark the incident. I'm going to deal in detail now with the submissions in this order. Firstly, the facts and issues, which I'll be able to take briefly because they're not in dispute between the police and the license holder. Secondly, the deterrence and proportionality point. Thirdly, the risk assessments and staff training. Fourthly, the noise nuisance and the impact on residents, both positive and negative, of Casa Cruz being able to remain there. And I will conclude with details of our proposals and why we say that is the appropriate and proportionate outcome of today's hearing. The restaurant itself, you have seen there are photographs. I don't ask for them to be brought up, but they're in the additional bundle at pages 48 to 56. And you'll be aware that it was previously a rather sad, rundown pub called the Clarendon. And indeed, the community have welcomed the transformation of that particular premises since Casa Cruz took it over and want it to remain. So let me deal firstly with the facts and the issues. They've been set out in great detail in the witness statement of Nicholas Fallows, and you'll find that in the additional papers between 2 and 15. I know you've had the opportunity to consider those, so I'm not going to go through every fact and every detail in Mr. Fallows's very comprehensive statement unless there's any points you would like me to clarify. And the reason I don't have to go into it is because very little is an issue. It's accepted by the applicant, by my client, that and the police, that my client was not aware of the prohibited event in advance, that my client has not made any financial gain from the event, that there is no evidence of any member of the licence holder's staff other than the former DPS being involved in the facilitation of the event. There's no evidence that any other event has been hosted at the premises in breach of COVID regulations, that my client was entitled to delegate day-to-day management to the former DPS. The police are not aware, and there's no evidence of any matters that prior to the incident in question should have caused the licence holder to have concerns about the former DPS. And in general, my client, the licence holder, has acted properly since it became aware of the incident. Finally, and most importantly, point that is not an issue, is that save for this single incident, the premises is well run, is a valuable community facility that provides valuable employment opportunities, including to those in the local community. Let me deal with the deterrence aspect first of all. Deterrence, we say, is not necessary on the individual facts on this case. Why? Firstly, deterrence only works if those who are contemplating a breach think twice because they heard what happened in another case. But this is not one of those cases. This is not a case where the licence holder thought, shall we allow Miss Aura and her friends to have a birthday party in breach of COVID regulations, and to hell with the consequences? That is the normal situation, but it's not the situation here, because it's agreed that the licence holder knew nothing about this beforehand. So this is one of those rare cases where it's not a deterrent case, because anyone else in a similar situation would not be in a position to be deterred by whatever sanction you mete out, because they wouldn't be aware of that incident. The facts of this case appears to be that this was a spur of the moment decision in this sense. According to the reports, and we've included the social media reports and the comments of Miss Aura's publicity team to the newspapers, and indeed from what we understand the position to be from our former DPS, what happened was this. This was going to be a dining at home experience in a very close associate of Miss Aura. And my client, in the sense of the DPS, was doing the catering for it, for home. The paparazzi turned up outside the home where the party was going to take place. There was a panic phone call, a few hours in the afternoon, I believe, of the 28th, from a close associate of Miss Aura to the DPS, asking, we can't do it here, paparazzi are outside. In desperation, they asked the DPS, can we do it at Casa Cruz? The foolishness is that the ex-DPS agreed. He agreed to have this drinks and nibbles for up to 17 people in Casa Cruz when they were locked down. They should not have done. It was wholly wrong, and it was a serious breach. But it is not one of the most egregious breaches we've seen in these sort of hearings. You would have read in recent days of weddings of between 150 and 400 people being hosted in schools, for example, in Stamford Hill. You would have heard of effectively nightclubs opening and barricading police out. These sort of cases, mass illegal gatherings, super spreader events, in breach of COVID regulations, these are the more serious breaches. That's not for me to suggest that what happened at Casa Cruz is not serious, but it is simply wrong and exaggerated to suggest that on the facts before you, a private dinner party of 17 people is one of the most egregious. No, it isn't. What happens? Well, Miss Ora and her security team come, and for no doubt security and confidentiality purposes, the cameras are switched off. We can only speculate as a company why our ex-DPS either scrubbed what was previously there or did something else to that CCTV. The reality is we do not know, and there are some constraints over what we can say because of the criminal investigation. We can all speculate, as indeed you will speculate, that someone who doesn't want the events of the 28th of November to be known might do with a hard drive that records what had gone on. But I can't say any more about that other than my client utterly condemns what their ex-DPS did with that CCTV. What do you do? What does the responsible operator do when they have had an employee who has gone off on a frolic of his own without authorization, without permission of his bosses? Well, what you do is you swiftly replace them and then bar them. And that's exactly what happened. We know that Casa Cruz replaced Mr. Batarai with Tibor Balint, an extremely experienced DPS. He's been the general manager of the sister restaurant Isabel's in Mayfair, where they've had no licensing issues at all. And you will find his CV in the additional papers at 78 to 79. And when you cast your eyes on that CV, you will, I hope, be impressed by the quality and responsibility of positions that Tibor, as he's known, has held. You know, the police have not objected to his becoming the DPS, as they have the power to do, and there is no other reasons to suggest he isn't a wholly professional and wholly responsible general manager who will be taking over Casa Cruz once, or if it's permitted to reopen. Another point of deterrence: make sure you don't do it again. There is a vanishingly small to zero chance of my clients ever being consciously involved in anything like this, or indeed anyone who they employ being involved in this. The sort of publicity this case has met is deterrence enough. It also, I hope, is clear that when you look at the vast amount of risk assessments of training sheets signed by individual staff members, and that training is carried out under two managers, Ramon and Nicola, I'll just give their first names today, as well as a former training manager, that this is a company that takes this risk assessments seriously. They take the health and safety both of their staff, of their customers, and the community extremely seriously, and they employ very responsible firms to assist them in that process. This is not a company that needs to be deterred from breaching anything relating to health and safety or COVID, because it goes against the whole ethos of this reputable, safety first, and save for the events of 28th of November, compliant company. The public interest, or interest of the wider community, as my colleague Mr. Holland puts it to the police. The public interest or wider community does not only demand that where there is a COVID breach in a licensed premises, then inexorably the only decision is revocation of the license. If it did, then this case would never be before you as an experienced subcommittee made up of intelligent humans with a discretion. In this case, you have a whole array of powers, as the councillor summarised at the outset of this hearing. If the government had intended that the only sanction is revocation for a COVID breach, then they could and would have changed the law to say so. They don't. You still have that vast range of powers, and you have to, as you will, I know, recognise that every case is different and every case needs to be judged on its individual facts, and that will be your approach to this case. So when you look at the public interest, the public understands that not every COVID breach is of exactly the same seriousness. The public understands that if you have a wedding of 400 people during lockdown, that is far more serious than if you have a dinner party of 17 people. The public are grown up enough to understand the difference, and it is not a one-size-fits-all. And the point I made with the questions to PC Davis about the police fines are not to take a cheap shot at the Metropolitan Police. They have a tough job and they're doing their level best to help us all. It is simply to make this point that the police themselves, the Metropolitan Police themselves, recognise that there is a varying degree of seriousness of breach, and that should be met with a varying degree of sanction. It's true in the case of the Greenwich police officers who had an illegal gathering in a cafe that should have been closed. It's true of the 31 police officers at Bethnal Green Police Station who arranged a charity barber session, which amounted to an illegal gathering. And the borough commanders of those officers rightly took a proportionate approach. They didn't take the approach that the police are asking you to take, which is to say zero tolerance, only the ultimate sanction is appropriate because it's a COVID breach to teach a lesson. We only say this, that if it's appropriate for Metropolitan Police officers who breach COVID to be treated proportionately, that is also the correct approach to a licensed premises. Councillor, would that be an appropriate time to pause for the resident?
Thank you very much. My thoughts exactly. So if we could please bring in, if you would like to speak, Mr. Dion. I know you're time limited, and just we're just going to see if you, because I know you're supporting Casa Cruz as a neighbour. Fantastic. We have your statement up, and just wondered if you wanted to add anything to your statement.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple of points which I feel are very important and mentioned today. First of all, I've lived here my whole life, which is 22 years, and to be honest, the area has never felt safer since the opening of Casa Cruz. Additions like the doorman they have on duty and the CCTV cameras as well installed, which cover a vast range of ground outside the premises, which I'm fully aware of, have for sure given the area the peace it deserves. So that's one point. And then also, I'd say the job opportunities they've been able to provide too, in particular, the hiring of younger people, which has given them a great opportunity to kickstart their working careers, which I can also say as well was the case for me too once upon a time. So yeah, they're my two important points I feel that should be heard today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do you mind if I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah, of course.
So the safety, I mean, as I said at the very beginning, I do know the area quite well, and I completely agree with you about the safety of the streets.
Yeah.
Because I know in the past, and maybe we can bring in PC and Davis about this, about muggings in the area, and stabbings and everything. And you say the safety has been significantly improved. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that, please?
Well, most definitely. Like, I as well know most of the people in this area, and just for example, having a doorman there, regardless of the CCTV, that in itself, you can just tell straight away that it's stopped a lot of crime. A lot of the muggings that did used to happen, they don't anymore. There have been a few cases in the past few years, but I mean, I don't think you can like stop it, bring it to zero. So yeah, this has been really important for the area. I feel like for sure, most definitely it's helped. for me, one of the main things is the doorman, but as well as when I used to work there, the footage helped so many times with, I don't know, a stolen bike or bicycle, which I know a few times, which actually happened to myself too, and that was managed to get resolved very fast. So yeah.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly turn to fellow councillors if they have any couple of questions for you, Mr. Marina.
Okay.
I think maybe silence means no questions.
I have some questions, Chairman. It's about the training reviews and the risk assessments. I'm not sure if this is the right moment to ask those questions.
Not quite yet, because we've jumped in. This is a supporter. He's a resident. He lives in the Nottingwood block of council properties.
It's questions to the supporter. Yeah, not from me. No,
not for you. Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Evans, anything?
Yes, I was wondering what position Mr. Dion held when he worked at Casa Cruz.
Yeah, I started off at 17 as a stocker, and I worked all my way up to head waiter.
Right, and how long did you work there?
In total, it would have been about 3 years till about 20. I worked there for about 2 years, then left for college, and then came back again.
I see. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So are you currently employed by them, or?
No, not anymore. I'm a teaching assistant now. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Of course. Sorry, hence you're on your break. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that's great. That's a nice positive story. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Welcome.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And again, just the area. It's the Nottingwood. It's the Nottingwood house is a big council block. Bang opposite the premises.
Chair, can I just ask a question, please?
Yes. Who is that, please?
That's Heidi Titcombe.
Hi. Yes, of course.
Hello. Thank you. Can I just ask, when were you employed by Casa Cruz and when did you leave?
The exact dates?
Roughly.
I could tell you for sure.
Is now joining.
Well, I'm 22 now. I started when I was 17, so can't remember. I'd have to check. I don't have the dates on me, but if you give me a few minutes.
Probably quite near the beginning, because it's only been there for 5 years, hasn't it? I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I literally joined. Okay, so I literally joined 2-3 months after it opened. So yeah.
And when did you leave?
Just a second. Yeah, just under 3 years after. But I left once, about 1.5 years in. And then I left, and then I came back and joined again because I've always been welcome there. I left on good terms. I let them know it was for education purposes, and I came again back. I came again after about 5-6 months and stayed for a further year.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't know if PC Ian Davis, if you want to say anything about the safety in the street, or is that a different department to you? Because I know you're licensing police rather than patrolling police.
Yes, Chair. In relation to the premises, there's no associated crime and disorder. I understand the aspect of the prevention aspect of crime and disorder in relation to the CCTV, and they do have a strong presence in any premises in any locality in assistance investigation. For specific stats in and around that's associated with the premises, I can't really provide that information at this time. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that does help. I suppose it would have been quite useful to have seen what the crime in the street was pre or before or during, but I understand it's different because it was not associated with the premises. It doesn't come under your remit, so I understand why you wouldn't have those at your fingertips. So thank you for that. And any questions from Mr. Holland or Mr. Grant to Mr. Marina?
No, thank you.
Chair, I have no questions.
Fantastic. And the relevant authorities, the licensing authority and the environmental health, do you have any questions, Mr. Marina?
There's nothing for me, Chair. Thank you.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And Ms. Titchcombe, could you just confirm if other supporters can ask fellow supporters any questions, or shall we wait for their submissions?
It's not usual for people on the same side to ask each other questions. You do have discretion if you want to allow it, but it's not normal.
Okay, well in that case we won't go there right now, because I know you probably need to get back to the task.
For sure, for sure. Thank you.
But appreciate you coming in, and because you know I've sat on several reviews, and so it's always really important to hear what the neighbours think about premises, the immediate. And I know that Mr. Holland from the police have talked about the wider community, and you represent the immediate community. So it's really important to hear your voice.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marina. Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye.
You too. Bye. So after that short break from the actual schedule, we'll now resume, please, with Mr. Grant on behalf of the premises licence holder submission.
Balancing the pros and cons of any particular course you as a subcommittee take is, of course, your supreme role. And in order to do that, of course, not only do you take into account the fact that there was a serious breach of COVID lockdown on the 28th of November, you look at the other side of the coin in order to weigh the scales. And on the other side of the coin are a whole series of good, cogent reasons why this licence should not be revoked. It's not only the fact that this is an isolated one-off incident by a single employee in a position of management. It's not only that this is the first time this venue has ever been reviewed, and that the police know of no other incidents connected to this premises that undermines the crime prevention objective. On the other side, it is what good this restaurant does for the wider community and the local vicinity. It is a much heralded and popular restaurant, as the 44 supporting residential representations speak to very elegantly. Integral to the local area is how one resident puts it. They are a business which has given a great deal to their local community, not because they have to, but because they want to. They took a role after the Grenfell tragedy in providing food to the victims for many weeks afterwards. They host and support charitable and sports teams and events at the restaurant or through their money. That is why you have had the uprise of support from the local community to a venue that is seen as one of theirs. A revocation of the licence would result not only in the loss of that community asset, but the extinguishing of a previously successful business and the loss of over 40 mostly local jobs. It would lead to the closure of a premises that on all accounts of the residents has reduced and deterred crime and antisocial behaviour in the vicinity by its mere presence, by its employment of a door supervisor, and by generally improving the area. And of course, revocation will just leave a building that had previously operated as an alcohol-led pub. It will lead inevitably to another drink-led operator seeking to take over this venue instead of a food-led operator with perhaps lesser community engagement and greater adverse impact. The word proportionality that's often used, it amounts really in layman's terms to you don't take a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lord Bingham, Chief Justice, as you would expect, put it slightly more technically, and he describes it, and I've set this out in my written submissions at paragraph 9. When there is a choice between several appropriate measures, recourse must be had to the least onerous, and the disadvantages caused must be not be disproportionate to the aims pursued. And that judicial comment from on high is reflected in the section 182 guidance to the Licensing Act in chapter 11, and you'll find this at page 364 of the additional papers. And it may assist if that's brought up. Thank you. And if you go down to 368, please, which is the passage I'm going to read at paragraph 11.20. So this, as you all know, is the guidance to the Act which all parties must have regard. And it's 11.20 is directly, oh, you had it, just a little down, please. Thank you. 11.20, 11.21 is, we say, directly relevant to the facts of this case. This is your approach to license reviews. In deciding which of these powers, so it's your powers anywhere up from doing nothing and giving an informal warning to revoking the license. In deciding which of these powers to invoke, it's expected that licensing authorities should, so far as possible, seek to establish the cause or causes of the concerns that the representations identify. The remedial action taken should generally be directed at these causes and should always be no more than an appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concerns that instigated the review. For example, licensing authorities should be alive to the possibility that the removal and replacement of the DPS may be sufficient to remedy a problem where the cause of the identified problem directly relates to poor management decisions made by that individual. That passage, even though it's only an example, is foursquare with our case. What is the cause? It is the mismanagement by the former DPS and his terrible decision on the 28th of November on the spur of the moment. What is the remedy? To remove him. That has happened. That is the remedy that directly addresses the cause of this review. I'm going to deal with the risk assessments and staff training briefly because I know there are questions about that. I think I'll be able to do this more briefly in relation to the risk assessments because very fairly Mr. McKenna for the EH team accepts that the risk assessments that were in force for the relevant time were sufficient. There's nothing wrong with risk assessors providing templates which can be adapted to a premises. A generic template is not an insufficient template, as Mr. McKenna now recognises, certainly in relation to the October risk assessments. And I'm informed that the way it worked is this, that they would have the risk assessments drawn up by one of three managers. I only use their first names, but it is Ramon, Nicola and Mariana, who between them were responsible for training and health and safety. That in March, Food Alert came to visit. In July of last year, just before the reopening and Independence Day, I think it may have been the end of June, there was a 3-day training session carried out by, among others, Tibor, the DPS who had worked at the sister restaurant. So that all the staff were trained and all signed the new risk assessments to confirm they had been trained on it. So nobody was unaware of the responsibilities and duties upon them. This is a company that clearly, save for the terrible aberration of the 28th of November, takes health, safety, training, risk assessment very seriously indeed. And that's why Mr. Fallows is so disappointed and shocked and upset at the events of the 28th of November in this case. Noise nuisance, I think the questions and answers from the licensing authority officers really leave us in this position, that this is not a disproportionately noisy venue. 5 over 24 months, of which at least 3 can be explained away as probably not being fairly held against them. But the best evidence in this case are the people who live next to, above, around the premises, who to the last man and woman say this is not a venue that has an adverse impact. To the contrary, it is a venue which has an extraordinarily positive impact on the area, and they plead with you not to revoke the licence for their sakes. You will, if I could just point to a few particular, and I'm just a few minutes away from finishing, a few particular residents. Mr. Ahmet Berkman is at page 94 of the main agenda report. That could be brought up. So Mr. Berkman is important because he used to live, in fact does live, above the premises. He explains that during the years the previous pub, the Clarendon, was his downstairs neighbour. He had a high level of disturbance because of noise, lack of control over customers outside, garbage disposal and general cleanliness. I firmly believe that Casa Cruz is operated much more professionally. I have not had any problem with excessive noise. And then at page 97 is Miss Diane Eisenberg, who shares an entrance drive to this premises. She says at 97, we share the entrance drive to our property with the staff and service entrance to the restaurant. We have had no cause to complain about disturbance or nuisance, and most importantly, believe the presence of the restaurant contributes to our security and a reduction in crime in immediate vicinity. Those are the two residents who live closest. That gives you a proper sense of the positive impact of this venue on the local area. And I know the local ward councillor, Mr. El Nagi, is here, but his speaks eloquently as to the positives this venue bring at page 89 of the agenda report, but I won't presume to speak on his behalf, bearing in mind he is here. We have put in a noise management dispersal and external management plan. This is at additional documents 371 to 378. I don't need that to be brought up. It's quite a comprehensive plan. We've submitted it already to the authorities, and we will obviously take on board any reasonable additions or suggestions that their expertise suggests to us, and we'll be happy to do so. There will be biannual resident meetings by way of a condition that has been offered. As for the conditions, very helpfully, the legal advisor, Miss Heidi Titcombe, circulated this morning a revised set of conditions. Could I go through those one by one to give our indication? I think that might assist Miss Titcombe's questioning later, if I may.
If you do it quite briefly, because I'm sure that Ms. Titcombe will want to have a full discussion with you about these later. So, yes.
So, number one, former DPS, Mr. Scotty Patarai, we're happy with that and we're happy with the amendments. It's what's happened anyway already. That just puts it in permanent form. Two, the licence holder to draw up a policy to assure that Mr. Patarai is barred from the premises. That's already happened and that's done. And we have a policy you'll find at page 88 of the additional documents. So 88 of the additional documents. Sorry, page 80, I think it might be. It's my typo. Mr. Holland's made two typos, so I'm only still one behind him. So page 80, that's it. There's a policy, there's a picture. It's there. As for number 3, then condition 3, dispersal and external management plan, we already have that, as it's just been brought up on screen. The only suggestion we'd make is that it should be a noise dispersal and external management plan, so it covers all of the outside noise potential issues. It's asked for how many days, so this is condition 3 that's up for discussion. Just a little bit higher, please, there. So within X days, we've already submitted it because it's in our additional document, so we need no time for that. Condition 4, that's agreed. Condition 5 about the DPS having a level 3 accreditation. We're happy to do that. Mr. Tibor is a very experienced restaurant manager. He hasn't gone on that particular course, but he's happy to do that. And I understand that can be done with it online within a few weeks. And he's expressed his contentment to do that. 6 is a personal license holder on duty. We're happy with that. 7, dedicated telephone number of the DPS or duty manager. Yes, we're happy with that. We are happy with the additional revisions to condition 21. There's then a proposed condition, add any faults with the CCTV shall be repaired within 24 hours. We agree to that. There is no searching equipment, there's no searching conditions. The words can be deleted or kept as you wish within square brackets. We are content with a staff member familiar with CCTV being there. And we're content with the incident log condition. Now, I just want to mention this. The additional CCTV condition that we have proposed allows all the footage to be uploaded to a cloud and stored. As importantly, we can give access to the police to the link where they can look at it. So if there are any suspicions, and I hope Mr. Fallows' pledge that this is not something he would ever knowingly permit. If the police want to check up on it, they can do so because they will be given access on request to a cloud-based link where they can look in to see what's going on in the restaurant if they so wish. Now, I finally just want to address this point. What to do? We say, consider imposing all those conditions that go to the very heart, the cause of the reasons we're here. If you come to the conclusion that the events of the 28th of November need to be marked by some sort of deterrent, then there are deterrents that fall short of revocation. You have a power to issue a warning. You have a power to issue a suspension. We would suggest that that suspension would be as effective as a deterrent to others if it is a short, sharp shock. The reason I say that is although you have a power to go up to 3 months, no decision you make today will come into force for 21 days. Then whatever length of suspension you have will then kick in. If the end result of that is that any suspension goes into April, because of the times and dates in which rent has to be paid, and all of course dependent on what the lockdown measures will be then, which is an unknown quantity, any suspension that eats into April, I am instructed, is existential in its effect on the company. This company has to stand on its own 2 feet. It has to borrow a very great deal of money. It has to pay £90,000 rent per annum. If they cannot open in April, then that would be tantamount to revocation in itself. So that is why we ask you to consider whether, if you are minded to impose a suspension, that a short, sharp shock, for example, of 28 days, which will really be on top of the 21-day period before it came into force, that will be as effective and as proportionate a determination as any longer extension, which will have a similar impact to revocation, given the perilous state of the hospitality industry and indeed my clients' finances for this restaurant. I just want to finish with this word. The pandemic has led to extraordinary challenges for the police, for council officers and for councils. It's also led to extraordinary challenges for the hospitality industry. A terrible mistake was made at Casa Cruz on the 28th of November that has been dealt with by my client. It wasn't my client's aberration. When this pandemic starts to be over, Communities will have to start to rebuild. Casa Cruz has demonstrated that it is the type of premises that helps that rebuilding. And that's why we ask you to impose a determination that will allow that to happen sooner rather than later. And those are our submissions.
Thank you for that. I let you go a little bit over time because of the conditions, which we will probably have discussed in a question anyway. So I won't go back on the conditions quite yet because I know that Ms. Titcombe will be wanting to ask specifically about those. Thanks.
Before you begin, forgive me, while I've been speaking, there are about 50 WhatsApp messages from my team. I wonder if we could take a 5-minute break just so I can consider those before dealing with all your questions.
Ms. Titcombe, is that acceptable?
Yes, certainly. If Mr. Grant considers he needs an adjournment, it is a serious matter, so you can allow him to have that adjournment.
Okay, yes, fine, 5 minutes. And also, I think we're still going to get back, Mr. Holland or PC Davis is going to get back about the £10,000 fine question at some point. We just want to kind of make sure we loop that back in as well from earlier this morning. Okay, so we're going to adjourn. We'll adjourn again. We'll come back at 12:50. That's just over 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
is now joining.
Anne, are we good to go again?
Hello, Chair. Yes, Anne Wright here. Yes, I believe we are. Mr. Berkman has joined us by telephone again, and I was wondering if we would like to check with him if he would like to speak, as obviously it's difficult to be on the telephone the whole time.
Yes.
Hi, sure. Can you hear me well?
So, Mr. Berkman, before you start, one moment, Mr. Berkman, I'm just going to check that we have all the parties present again. So we have Mr. Grant and Mr. Holland.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you.
I'm present, Chair.
And we have the other committee members, Councillor Evans, I see, and Councillor Spalding. Yes.
Present, Chairman.
Thank you. Great. So yes, Mr. Berkman.
Councillor Evans, sorry, is Councillor Evans there?
Yes, I've seen her.
She hasn't responded yet. I'll just check.
I'm here. I've been here for 5 minutes. Okay.
Super, no problem. I was just checking, Councillor.
Thanks, Anne. Mr. Berkman, I understand you're one of the supporters, and would you like to speak?
Yes, sure. So I've lived as a neighbor of the premises of Casa Cruz for 10 years, since 2011. So I was a resident here when it used to be run by the Clarendon pub. And at the time, I used to have a lot of complaints to the council in terms of rubbish, people loitering outside, noise, probably monthly complaints. You know, since Casa Cruz opened, I have to say that, you know, I haven't had any issues with noise myself. The premises has been much more cleaner. I feel that the people who work there are very receptive and mindful of the neighbors, and the restaurant is generally run professionally. And I think the fact that they have cameras and a doorman has helped a little bit more feeling of safety and security in the neighborhood. That's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you very much. And just to clarify, you live upstairs, directly above the premises.
That's right.
And you do not want the license to be revoked.
That's right.
Right.
Because I mean, compared to, you know, the premises has a restaurant license. It's always going to be a restaurant or a pub. So I'd rather it be run by a professional establishment like Casa Cruz than anything else. That's because of,
Okay, I understand your position. Thank you very much. Does the committee, would you mind if the committee asked you any questions? Committee, Councillor Spalding, do you have a question for the supporter?
Nothing from me, Chair.
Councillor Evans?
Yes. Mr. Berkman, thank you very much. Really helpful. I was wondering, can you tell us how often and what hours you see the doorman outside the premises?
Well, I've gotten to know him quite a bit. I know he lives like 10 meters away. So I see him around quite a lot, but in front of the door, I see him typically from around 6 to 11, more or less.
I see. And you feel he's being diligent?
Yeah, I feel he's being diligent. I feel he lives in the neighborhood, and I think has lived in the neighborhood for a long time. So he knows for example, some of the people who live in the council, or the people who's walking to the neighborhood grocery off license. So I feel like he knows the people who live around the neighborhood by name.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Which is a good thing.
Right. And can you also tell us, do any staff live in the buildings? Casa Cruz staff?
Live in the building.
Or on top of the premises? Are you in premises owned by the restaurant? Or?
No. So I own the second half of the building. I moved in 2011, and I'm the only resident.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. And just checking if Mr. Holland, you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Bertman, for that. That's been very helpful. We're now not going to ask the rest of the supporters quite yet, because we're going to go kind of loop back and ask Mr. Grant some questions following his submission just before our mini break. And Mr. Bertman, you're very welcome to stay on the phone and carry on listening, or not, up to you. But thank you very much for your submission.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, Mr. Grant, have you managed to catch up on your WhatsApp? And is there anything you need to let us know?
No, I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So I'm going to kick off with a few questions for you, if I may, and then I will turn to Councillor Spalding. So again, as I asked Mr. Holland for the police, the issues between responsibility and culpability, and in particular in this instance with the designated premises supervisor, Mr. Batari, you say his actions were the cause, and I completely understand what you are saying in regards to sections 11.20 and 11.21 of regarding the cause that a review could be based on. But how much responsibility of this lies with the designated premises supervisor, and how much with the premises license holder?
There is, check on off on mute. Yes, there is a vast difference between legal culpability and moral responsibility. So I wouldn't want anything I say now to be taken as me talking about legal responsibility. It's a complex area in law. An agent, so an employee, who acts on a frolic of his own outside of his authorised duties, is in law, the master is not necessarily responsible for those actions. But this is not for the subcommittee to deal with fairly complex areas of criminal and civil liability. That will be for the courts, and indeed that might be what the criminal courts will have to decide, whether the company is responsible for the acts of Mr. Batari going on a frolic of his own. So it's a difficult question legally as to where you stand. The point is, it's not for this subcommittee to make those sort of legal judgments. Other than this, how is the company morally responsible for it? This is our restaurant. It's Mr. Fallow's restaurant. In the same way as Kensington Town Hall is Kensington and Chelsea's Town Hall. And if you had someone employed as an officer for the Town Hall doing something serious and daft, and for example, allowing an illegal gathering in the foyer of the Town Hall, were it open, it may well be, to what extent is the council culpable and responsible? Well, the answer is to some extent, but not to the extent that you would consider closing the entire town hall because an officer has breached the COVID regulations. So it's a matter of fact and degree, not a simple black and white decision. Are you responsible? Aren't you responsible? It's our premises. One of our managers did a terrible thing. And you have to assess. It's not a flip side, yes or no, in the same way. Is Kensington Council responsible for the act of a breach in your town hall? It's a matter of fact and degree.
Okay.
What you'll be more interested in is what have you done to deal with it?
Okay, understood. And on that point, what have we done to deal with it? So when did Mr. Fallows, so he, just to bring everyone into that, Mr. Fallows is the premises license holder, director. So in terms of his responsibility, when he found out about the action of the designated premises supervisor after the event, what action did he then take?
He found out about it on the next day when he was doorstepped by a member of the press. That's the first he knew about it. What did he do? He immediately contacted his licensing solicitors, Thomas & Thomas. He removed Mr. Batari from the premises, save for this. There was the police and the council wanted to discuss what had gone on. So he waited for Mr. Batari to carry out those duties and tell the council and police what had gone on, which is what's happened. And you've heard about the evidence of PC Davis and the licensing authority officer. And then he was completely removed. And he was removed as DPS and replaced by Tibor, who was the general manager of the sister restaurant at Isabel's, and was moved on.
So did Mr. Fallows go and visit the property and ask to see the CCTV?
No, he didn't. I mean, this all happens, of course, when we're all in lockdown. So there are limitations to what we can and can't do. We're all supposed to be in lockdown. He's abiding by it.
Okay. And so then you talk about Mr. Batari, Scotty, Mr. Batari, leaving the restaurant, being dismissed from the restaurant. Is he being dismissed from the entire company, or will we find him working again in the sister restaurant in Mayfair?
That's where he is employed. So in answer to a question from earlier, Isabel Mayfair Limited is in fact his employer. So Casa Cruz London Limited is not his employer. So the license holder is not formally employing him. There are some internet connected companies, and it's the sister restaurant company, Isabel Mayfair Limited company, that's his former employer. And that is why there are serious legal issues as to how much detail I can now go into, because it's subject, one, to a criminal investigation, and two, employment law issues. So I'm not able, I'm afraid, on instructions from the lawyers who are not my solicitors, but lawyers acting in the other fields, I can't go into further details, further than I've gone beyond. You will get a sense of the company's view of Scotty.
Okay, yes, I can understand what you're saying, and I wouldn't want to make any issues with the criminal cases if there are any criminal cases going on. One more question for you, if I may, before I ask the other committee members. It says that Mr. Batari acted completely alone and there were no other staff there. Can you please just confirm that there was absolutely no other members of staff there?
That's our understanding, but of course it's somewhat restricted by the fact that we have been able to gain our information primarily from what Scotty told the police, so they have the same information as us.
Right, okay, so I see some of the information is slightly more complex than at first sight. Okay, I understand. Right, Councillor Evans, do you have a question, please, for Mr. Grant?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, can you confirm on the night in question, the 28th, were there any till or credit card accounts, any Z1s produced?
I'm pretty sure the answer is no. I understand, and I say our information here is primarily based on what Scotty told the police, which reflected what he told us. As I understand it, but I'm going to ask Mr. Fallows to correct me if I say anything outside his knowledge. There was an offer of £5,000 by Miss Aura's team to use the restaurant. That money wasn't paid over, and indeed hasn't been paid over. One can speculate it was going to be money for after the event.
Right. So,
and she brought all her own alcohol, tequila. I think there might have been some wine. So that wasn't sold. And the drinks and nibbles, I think, would have been part of the sum. So in other words, I don't think the tills were being used. I've now had it confirmed by my client. I'm grateful. No receipts, no payments taken.
I see. So basically the 5,000 was corkage. Is that what you're saying?
I suspect so, yes.
So, sorry, Councillor Evans, can I just interrupt for a moment and just wondered, as Mr Grant is communicating with Mr Fallows, if we could actually ask him directly some questions ourselves about the actual management.
Yes, I can ask Mr Fallows to put on his camera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So Mr Fallows, you can answer, please. Is Mr Battieri or Batteria being employed, or will he be employed by your other premises?
Councillor, that's what I answered earlier. The information I've given is the only information I'm legally able to disclose. We're not able to go further for the reasons I explained.
I understand that, but it goes to the issue of whether he's solely responsible, if you would hire someone who is solely responsible for such an event, an infraction.
Councillor, for the reasons I've explained, legally, neither me nor my client are able to answer further details about his employment status because it's subject to litigation.
Right.
Chair, can I just come in here 1 moment? Sorry, it's Heidi Titcombe. Mr Fallows has presented a statement and it's the case of the premises that they regarded the action of the former DPS so serious that they recognised that he had to be removed completely from this restaurant. Mm-hmm. And they've produced a statement to that effect. It is quite reasonable for the committee, therefore, to find out from Mr Fallows, who is here today, whether he is employed at the other restaurant, which is also a related company. I can't see that has any, that would impinge on any legal issue, because this is a statement that has been offered by the premises licence holder, and they are entitled to ask questions about this.
Thank you, Heidi.
You're on mute, Mr Grant. I don't know if you were speaking to us. Mr Grant, are you speaking to us or are you speaking to someone else?
Because that question has an impact on other legal potential matters, I need an adjournment in order to take instructions from my client and indeed other lawyers advising us of other areas.
Sorry, do you mean a 5-minute adjournment?
I need 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
I don't mean to be difficult. I don't mean to be evasive, but answers that are given here are going to have a direct consequence on other legal proceedings.
Okay, understood. Instead of adjourning right now, we will park that question for a moment in case any other questions come up, which you may need to get other advice on. So that's one question, please, for you to get some advice on. And then the other question also, which I asked earlier about other members of staff there, any further information about that, please? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Evans, any other questions, please?
Yes, I wanted to know, perhaps he can procure that as well, but I was wanting to know when the doorman is on, and was he on the evening of the 28th? And what do they propose will be his future shifts, hours-wise?
I need to take instructions on the doorman unless either Tibor or Nick Fallows is able to indicate verbally.
I believe Reginald's on the call, isn't he? The doorman?
I don't know if he's on the call. I know he was listed. I'm not sure if he actually signed on this morning.
Chair, it's Anne Wright from Governance. He has not signed in today.
Thank you for clarifying that. So maybe if Mr. Fallows or Mr. Tibor wants to clarify that, that'd be great, either now or come back to us, please. Thank you.
I mean, it may be, I don't know if you plan to take a lunch break, but it may be all these questions I have to take remote instructions on. I could do that over a lunch break and provide them to you after that break, depending on how you would be on the hearing.
Yes, fantastic. Councillor Evans, any other questions?
No, you've already said them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, I know you have some very interesting ones about the risk assessments, so over to you.
Is now exiting.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair, my questions are directly related to the evidence pack that the premises have supplied. So they're just factual questions. They're very short, and there will be 7 of them, and I hope Mr. Grant can answer them. The first relates in the pack to page 60 of the witness pack supplied by the premises, and page 60 is a risk assessment that covers the period from the 30th of November to the 7th of December. So it's after the event. If we look at the bottom of that page, can I just ask about the dates on it? This is page 60 of the 60 of the big combined pack.
I just thought it might be we're using different pagination, Councillor. Which pagination are you using? The digital pagination at the top, because page 60 is on screen now, or are you using the typed in pagination on the right hand column?
I'm using the large bundle of evidence that you supplied, which is started off witness statement of Nicholas Fallows.
Yes.
And then 2 signed risk assessments. And it's got page 60 at the bottom.
Yeah, so that will be a different numbering, I think, to the one that's on screen. But
It's numbering in bold letters.
Yes, I think your screen maestro is working on it.
60. Okay, it's the bottom of that page. It does relate to all the other pages and all the other dates.
Yes.
Roman has signed this off as the review date being the 30th of November, which is the Monday, the first working day after the alleged events. But what confuses me is at the bottom of the page, it says generated by Food Alert on the 7th of December. I just wondered which was the correct date.
I can ask one of my clients to indicate it. I rather imagine it's a bit like you have Word documents, templates, letters, and it might actually just put in whatever date you printed off on as the date.
Well, can I park that with you, because I know you're going to consult people. So it's just confusing about the date of that piece of evidence. That leads on to page 83 of the same pack, same numbering system. If we can go to 83.
This is the email, Councillor, isn't it, from the project manager, Mark China?
Absolutely correct. Yep. Perhaps if it's on the screen, people could see it. 83. Well, it's an email from Marciana, who was the training manager at the restaurant. And this is dated the 8th of July. And it's specifically about COVID-19 risk assessments and training for staff members. And it does say in the second paragraph, she's reminding the company that the actions of the enforcing authority can include specific advice to employers to support them to achieve the required standard. And then the last paragraph says, I'll be more than happy to run the sessions myself when I return to work. So it's clearly it's an employer's responsibility to do this training on COVID-19. And of course, employers, being the licensed premises, have the duty to uphold the licensing objectives. So page 83 is from the training manager. 83.
Yes. Councillor, can I indicate?
I'm sorry, the pages are whizzing about. 83.
Yes, Councillor, there is no issue and there's no denial by my client that as the premises licence holder of Casa Cruz, they were both morally and legally responsible for providing a COVID-safe premises.
Thank you.
Issue. We accept.
And I note, again, you said that you've stressed we're looking at the causes of what happened here. This is the email, which is, saying to the company, they have this responsibility. And as the police point out, the directing mind of the company is Mr. Fallows.
Yes.
And so ultimately he has to uphold the licensing objectives.
Yes.
We're looking for the causes of what went wrong on the 28th of November. So that leads me now, that's my first two questions. I've just got 5 more quick ones. Looking at the risk assessments in October, 20th of October 2020, these is your exhibit NF1. These all seem to be signed by Roman, Pale and Nicola. So that's this sort of company's overall risk assessment.
Yes.
That leads me to look then at the training records that followed from that risk assessment. Now, the training records are on a series of pages that you've referred to, basically in this new numbering overall pack 97 to 308. So there are a lot of them. But I note the following facts. And I wonder if you can explain why. All the dates on those staff training records, which we've all agreed are the responsibility of the company and Mr. Fallows, the dates all seem to have been put in a different coloured ink. Some of the dates have been changed. Some of them are not signed. And contrary to what you actually claimed, no trainer has signed to show that the training was delivered by the company. As evidence, these just appear to be a series of printouts which have been variously changed in date, changed in signature, and in some cases not signed at all. I wonder if there is any explanation for that.
Yes, but Councillor, I will work on the assumption there's no suggestion there is any malfeasance with these documents, that they are genuine documents, because indeed nobody, including the environmental health officer, suggests they're anything other than what they say they are. I will ask Tibor, who I understand was actually partly responsible for the training at Casa Cruz, to assist us with these documents. So I'm going to bring Tibor in. Tibor, can you unmute yourself, please? Hello, Tibor.
While we wait, my next question is, Mariana, who was the training manager, I believe left the company in September. And so Mariana, who wrote to the director of the company, actually didn't carry out this training and we have no trainer who signed any of the documents. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask for confirmation from Tibor. Tibor, are you there? I can't hear you.
Mr. Grant, this is Anne Wright from Governance.
Hello.
Tibor's microphone is unmuted, but we cannot hear him either, unfortunately.
Okay.
All
right, well, the answers I expect will be in Tibor's knowledge far more than mine, or indeed Mr. Fallow's. So we're going to need to be able to bring him in to answer the questions.
Well, we'll just park that question. Then two more to finish. The next question is, in those records, which are on page 97 to 308, some of which are not signed, some have the dates changed, none of them have a training manager signing them off as training delivered. I've counted that 19 different staff members have their names attached to these training records. Do you accept that there are 19 of them?
I haven't done the same count as you, Councillor, but I will accept that from you. Thank
you. Now, in Mr. Fallow's witness statement, on page 9, paragraph 36, he says that if his license is revoked, we are putting at risk 39 jobs. Well, I will take his evidence as gospel. If there are 39 employees at Casa Cruz, but only 19 COVID training records, what happened to the other 20 staff? Does it mean that they received no training?
I will have to take instructions from Tibor on that.
And then my final question, thank you for your patience. In all of these risk assessments and in all of these training records, I can find no reference anywhere to the DPS, Mr. Batarai, receiving any form of COVID training or carrying out any kind of COVID risk assessment. Is that a fact, that he carried out no risk assessments and he received no training?
I will have to take instructions and get back to you on that, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Chair, for allowing all my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spalding. Very interesting to hear about all the training and the risk assessments. So yes, if we could get back to that. Maybe Anne has just suggested to me that maybe Mr. Tibor tries to join this meeting by his telephone because his computer audio is not working. I don't know if that is possible. So we're still on questions to Mr. Grant. So, Mr. Holland from the police, do you have any questions, please, to Mr. Grant regarding his submission? Thanks.
Chair, thank you. No, I don't.
You have no questions. So, can I please ask Ms. McGowan from the licensing enforcement to have any questions?
Hello. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And Mr. McKenna from environmental health?
No questions, thank you.
Great. So now I'm going to turn to Ms. Titchcombe, because I know that this is probably the time to talk about the conditions that Mr. Grant has gone through. And he was quite clear in what he has agreed to on the conditions if the committee were minded to grant any of these conditions. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Grant helpfully confirmed that most of the conditions that had been circulated were agreed. Could he just confirm whether the premises license holder is offering a condition about the CCTV being put in a lockable cabinet? Because I noticed this is an issue that was raised by Mr. Fallows in paragraph 35 of Mr. Fallows' statement.
Yes, I think that's right. It's the condition as per, because the conditions have gone through a few different iterations at the moment.
Yes.
Let me see what was adopted and agreed.
But before you answer that question, it might also help if I mention that I believe Miss McGann may have a view as to what, if the CCTV conditions are being amended, that she might have a suggestion that the alternative wording would be used, which was at the bottom of the document which was circulated.
Let me just look at that as we speak.
It was circulated on screen. It wasn't the one that you had received by email.
Oh, I see. Sorry, it was one that has changed since 8:35 this morning.
Yes.
Could that be brought up, please? Again.
Yes, and it's at the end of the document.
Sorry, let me see that document.
This is also subject to the police commenting on whether they would prefer to have a cloud-based system. Or
can I just, do you mind if I just interrupt here for a moment, Ms. Titcombe? I know I said let's crack on and do the conditions, but I'm aware that the supporters have been very patiently waiting all morning to do their submissions. And I wonder if we could just bring in some of the supporters to do their submissions and then come back to do these conditions after that. Because
I'm happy to leave it afterwards.
Okay.
If it's easier for the supporters to do their submissions first.
Thank you, because I just feel we're now at 1:30 and they've been with us since 10 o'clock, and I feel it's only right and proper to hear them before we start going into this, especially as Mr. Grant's got to get back to us anyway. So
I wonder, could I ask perhaps that Ms. Titcombe could just send that new CCTV condition to myself and my solicitors so we can consider that in writing?
Well, I can certainly send it to, I can get it sent to you.
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Sorry just to interrupt that, but I just feel we have the residents, the immediate residents who are supporting the premises who have been waiting to do their submission. So I don't know, Anne, if we still have various people on. We've already heard from 2 of the local residents. And so who else do we still have? We have
Chair, we still have Mark Chatton.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the ward councillor.
Ward councillor, the local ward councillor, Councillor Marwan and Angie. Shall we start with you, Councillor Marwan? Are you all right to do your submission now, please? Have we still got him?
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. Now we said good morning. Yeah. Thanks so much for
thank you for your.
I was listening. No, it's good to thank you for being there to see how the licensing committee works, and I'm really grateful to my fellow councillors who are patiently as well listening and articulating a case. Hopefully we'll come to the good judgment on this because I was really disheartened. I did not hear about the incident until I heard about it in the news, to be honest. I live in Nottingwood House. As I said, I am a leaseholder of Nottingwood House for more than 30 years. I've seen the area through a very difficult time. And to finish off, that's to have this very nice high profile hospitality place to be turned the area into a very positive added value to our community, improving that end of Clarendon Ward, Clarendon Road. I saw it as really a compliment for Nottingwood House. Hopefully, we'll make Nottingwood House, although it's as a social housing unit, into a very nice, beautiful outside environment. And I saw in Casa Cruz, I approached them just pre-COVID. as you know, we had the cook-off challenge at Maxilla Garden for the big cook-off for our residents. We had a local restaurant who came as a judge, and I was actually approaching them for the second one, which we were preparing before the COVID hit us. And I saw them as an additional value in terms of safety, prosperity to our area. I was very impressed to hear about one of my local residents. He's done some training there from the age of 17, which is fantastic. And now to go on to become an assistant teacher. That's really uplifting for our young people who are being exploited for drugs, gangs area activities, which the police really aware of. And I really feel comfortable when I go out in the evening. Before pre-COVID hit us, when I see the restaurant open, the welcoming, we pass by in the evening. This is my normal evening walk. After 9, we go out for 1 hour walk with my wife, and we pass by the restaurant, going down Clorinda Road, going up Holland Park Avenue and so on for about an hour walk. And when we see the doorman who is local resident, see that smile in a very smart outfit, like guarding a palace, to be honest. It's very uplifting for that, for our area. And I speak as a resident, as a chair of the resident association. We never had any complaint. I've been chair of the resident association, Madam Chair, for more than 5 years of Nottingwood House RA. I've never had any written complaint. The only thing I heard is just some of the, from verbal, people just coming out of the restaurant smoking. So I talked to them. Please don't smoke in front of these flats. So, and they listen. We never see them again. So, but that smile of our resident, the doorman, just passing by, and that warm welcome, it's fantastic to see that, Madam Chair. And I feel disheartened. I have a great admiration to the police and what they are trying to do to protect us, because this COVID-19 and the pandemic and the mutual, about the virus being now far worse than the previous one. I hope nobody will catch it. It's a very good concern. And I appreciate all the work police are doing to protect us. We need as well as a council to support our local businesses as well, sending a clear message that COVID is something not to be taken lightly for our residents, for our business operators, for everybody, to be honest. And in this action, I hope that we are sending a very strong signal as a council that we are taking this matter very seriously, as well as we need to protect our businesses, a livelihood. So it's a really balanced decision which you are going to take, I hope, in the right way. But as a council and as a councillor, I honestly see, like recently, the police arrested one drug dealer in my ward. I saw it in my own eyes. I actually reported it to the police when I saw that action, the arrest being taken. And the police were doing the due things, protecting themselves as well, but putting themselves in danger from any interaction, because the culprit, he wasn't wearing a mask. He was on a bicycle, and in the danger posed to our police as well in doing their duty. So it's really a balancing act here. We need to take everything into consideration. And to finish off, Madam Chair, it's something really adding value to our neighborhood in terms of safety and prosperity for our youth, for employability for the long term. And now many restaurants being locked, boarded. If you go down to High Street, it's really disheartening to see like we are in a war zone. Most businesses are closing. If this restaurant is going to operate in it's very hard for me to say, but to go to the end, I really feel very disheartened to see it closing and boarded and becoming this whole area. Again, we suffered a lot post Grenfell. So, and I'm glad Mr. Grant brought it up, but I need everybody to have a consideration for us as a community. So I hope a due decision will be taken into consideration, seeing the whole picture. Of course, we need to give, as a council, that we need to support our businesses, as the deputy leader said a few days ago, that's through thick and thin. But at the same time, we need to send a very clear signal that anybody who are in breach of COVID regulation will be scrutinized to the end. We have no, especially when its public health is at risk, Madam Chair. So, but in general, I've heard enough today from the both sides, and I hope our position in the ward and in the borough, and I've listened carefully to everything that been said. That's something positive will be outcome for this local community who suffered enough. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me this time.
Thank you very much. It was very eloquently put, and I think it's always incredibly important in reviews to hear what immediate neighbours and the immediate community feel about a particular premises. And as you say, the consideration as a community. And so can I just ask you one question? Because this is, as you say, we have to take into account the difficult balance decision between, as the police said, the prevention of crime and disorder, because obviously a law has been broken and there is no denying of that. And the prevention of crime and disorder on a bigger scale in the sense of the safety of the street. And would you say that the licensed premises is a force for good on the street? Does it help with the crime and disorder on the street, or would it not make any difference if someone else was there instead of them?
We've seen previous tenants in that premises, Madam Chair, and I think the restaurant, with its current operation in a very dignified way, from operation perspective, their presence, the way is the whole premises, like this doorman feature, the angle, the lighting, the CCTV. I think it has added a positive element of safety and feel of security in the area. So I would say it has added a really great value for that corner of Clarendon Road and Portland Road.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, and as you say, it's a very kind of diverse area. You mentioned Nottingwood Social Housing Unit, and I think you related. I just took a note about the cook-off, and that's the local charity you're involved in, isn't it? And you yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We missed it. We missed you, Deputy Chair.
Okay. So thank you.
But we'll have it. We'll invite them next. We'll invite them when it is proper. I hope.
Exactly.
Yes, post-COVID, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
So thank you. Just seeing if other committee members have any questions for you before we turn to the other supporters. Or maybe we can take all the questions at one at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. And can you please remind me which other supporters we still have on the line, and maybe ask them if they want to say anything?
Yes, certainly, Chair. We have Mark Chatham.
Mark Chatham, would you like to present your submissions? And then after we've heard all the supporters, we'll then ask the police to ask questions and the committee to ask questions as well. I think would be easier.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I live on 190 Portland Road, which with 188 and 192 are the three houses that share with the driveway the back door of the restaurant. I'm a father, married, and I have three children, which are young children, and I participated in the first hearing to allow the license about 5 years ago. The first thing I would like to say is that the relationship with this restaurant is far better than the one prior with the prior owner. I've been in the area since 2000, at this address since 2009, and very close to this address since 2003. We had major issues before, and yes, nothing is ever perfect. The staff is very much located in the driveway, but when we deal with them, in the end, it does work, and so that leads to my second point, which is we have a viable ecosystem here, and it's more or less viable for everyone. And when it works, don't fix it. We shouldn't take it for granted that a business can work here. And the idea of replacing this with another restaurant, and Notting Hill went bankrupt. The previous owner went bankrupt, and it was a disaster for us in terms of the way he behaved. For 2 years, we had nobody, which was very unsafe and very suddenly at night, very dark area. We have a business that works, and it's almost a miracle that it works in the way it works. It's a very nice social mix-in between Notting Hill House and all the other places. This is a respectable crowd, a respectable staff. They are responsive, and we shouldn't take that for granted. It's not that easy. It didn't work for many, many years, and right now it does. The doorman, who is Reg, is known and does the connection for the entire neighborhood. Everybody knows him. So he does the connection between the restaurant and the rest of the neighbors. And so this is, in the end, a respectable crowd. And it works. So let's not break something that works, and let's not take for granted that you have an alternative, because I'm not sure we know how difficult it is, if you have memory about how difficult it was to make a viable restaurant here. That takes me to the third point, which has been raised over and over again, which is the safety aspect. In my experience, I don't have the statistic here, but in our very close neighborhoods, we feel far better off now that there is a restaurant than before. I have a series of incidents to present. There was use of cameras that enabled us to locate when our dogs was kidnapped, when our cars was bumped into, and so the cameras were very helpful. And so overall, from a safety perspective, it does work. Just to mention, the police knocked at our door 10 days ago to come here and to let us know they wanted to have access to our cameras, to let us know that there had been some increase gang activity in the area, which is probably not an issue just related to Casa Cruz closing, but maybe just to the entire lockdown. And there's been increased problem of safety. And so we can see as soon as we let the city die and the streets die, the consequences. Which leads me to the fourth point, which is the entire reasoning that's been put forward by the police, which I highly respect and has been very helpful in some cases for us. They seem to accept a series of mitigating measures, and yet they recommend the nuclear bomb for the sake of basically publicity. And my point is there are lots of arguments where you could find mitigating measures and not aggravating measures for the sake of publicity, given the context, which is an horrendous context and very difficult context for businesses. And if you want to deal with publicity, deal with the celebrity in itself, but just take the case for what it is and have a proportionate response. You're not going to put someone on death row just because for publicity it looks cool. You just need to treat an offense for what it is and put it in comparison with the other offense the way they are. There are tons of shops that kept open because it was a matter of life and death. The police was aware of them. They didn't stop all the shops. Why? Because it didn't go into the newspaper. So I think we need a proportionate response. And that takes me to the last point, which is be careful what you wish for. And we need to be real here, because I hear fantastic things about regulation, about putting more constraints about that. These are, take your private life hat and just imagine what it is just to do the end of the month. And these are very tough life for very tough businesses. They provide jobs. They need to pay their bills. And adding regulation and constraint. It's a restaurant. You're not dealing with Apple here. You're not dealing with Google. It's a small restaurant, which happens to work for the community. And so take it for what it is. And for me, as a taxpayer, it's quite shocking to almost to see the amount of burden that we're creating to deal with a situation that just should be dealt with just simply. So be careful what you wish for in terms of impact on safety, in terms of jobs, and we will all have all the businesses that close, and we'll have a lot of unemployment. You will see that the police will have to deal with far more severe security issues. So we need to look at the balance of our, not only community, but if you look at the wider picture, the balance of society here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very passionately put. Thank you. I'm not going to ask you any specific questions because I'm going to turn to if we have any other supporters on the call too. But please hold on, Mark, because we will come back to you. Anne? Have we got other supporters?
No, that's it. That's it, Chair. We've gone through everyone. The three supporters that haven't joined us today are Columbus O'Donnell, Reginald Ottoman, and James Ramos. And I did send them the link again earlier this morning and asked them if they wanted to join, but I have not heard from them, Chair.
Okay, fantastic. So then just before we get to the questions, just want to clarify that we have, throughout the course of the hearing, we've heard from Mr. Dion Moran, who is gone back to school. Mr.
Yes, Dion Marina.
Dion Marina, thank you. It's on the screen there. Thank you, Dion Marina. And Mr. Bertman, who lives above. Councillor Marwan, who's the local ward councillor and chair of the Nottingwood Social Housing Unit flats, right opposite. And Mark Chatwin, who lives just behind. So we've heard from 1, 2, 3, 4 residents. Thank you. I think I've asked enough questions already to Mr. Marwan, Councillor Marwan. So I will see if our fellow committee members wish to ask anything to either Councillor Nalgi or Mr. Chatton. Janet, I think, Councillor Evans, I think you said you wanted to ask.
Yes, I have 2 questions. One is for Mr. Well, I'll ask the councillor. Why does he feel there are so many supporters vis-a-vis the situation?
I was very glad, Councillor Evans, to see this level of support, because it's reinforcing my feeling that that premise, that operation has added value to our neighborhood. So, and beautifully, our tenants articulated that's exactly how I feel. I'm very impressed that they are happy with that operation. It's very clean operation, and we never had any complaint, honestly, whatsoever, regarding the overall operation over the last 5 years as an RA. So, and we were really good, having a good term in terms of relationship just when COVID just hit, because we were going to improve more that corner in terms of environment. So if you look at it from going down Clarendon Road, turning from Blenheim Crescent, you see a beautiful building, beautiful caliber at that junction. If you look 20 years ago, that's almost a gang grouping area, which is, for me as a resident, is uplifting to see a presence, especially in the evening. And this giving really reassurance to our residents, and that's now it's a safe to walk down this road. There is no actually the no-go area should be for criminals, not for residents. So that's how I feel. Thank you, Councillor Evans. Yeah.
I have one more question for you, which is.
Oh, pleasure.
You're inspiring, Marwan. Do you feel that the fact that it is a good institution should supersede a breach of lockdown policy, which can increase the risk of COVID in the area?
There's nothing, I mean, in terms of operation, the taking care of having the prevention to spread COVID or to manage it. I think I don't want to judge that restaurant, but because it's closed and we are in lockdown. So and they showed us trying to do the best for our residents. So I'm not going to judge my decision on that single incident, which when I heard about it in the press, it's really hurt me, as it's turned out to be like a selfish. But there is an element of responsibility I can see from that operation, and that's why I'm giving it my support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans.
I wish I was like this last evening. I should, yeah. Thank you, Councillor Evans.
Thank you. Councillor Spalding, any questions for either of the two supporters we have still on the line with us?
Not from me, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a quick question to Mr. Chattin. Mark, I thought you made a very interesting point, actually, which I think goes to the heart of the powers this committee has, when you talked about the publicity and treating the offence for what it is, and there are other ways to deal with the celebrity. And I want to just ask you, what do you think would be your view about not over, as in your exact words, don't overburden a small restaurant? What would overburdening it be? Revoking the license and closing it?
Well, all these businesses are on the verge of closure anyway. I mean, most of these businesses can't pay their rent. And so right now the salaries are paid for by the state partially. And even when they're going to reopen and when they were able to reopen, they were opening at 50% capacity. This is a fixed cost business. It's a disaster. So they are almost all on death sentence already. So I think the way to deal with infractions, because there are a bunch of infractions going on, is probably a financial fine, which is related to the power of the person who can pay. So if you were to give a fine to Google or Apple, you would give a bigger fine than to a small restaurant. And if you were to give a fine maybe to a celebrity, maybe a bigger fine to that somebody else. But try, you give a fine, it's already very big. Whether they can survive it is one thing. If you close it, we're back to square one. It's not clear to the next person. We're lucky that they can pay for all these lawyers and regulation and etc. I don't even know. Most of restaurants would have just closed down already. And we take that for granted, that people have endless pocket every time they deal with authorization. It's a miracle. It's a real miracle that this restaurant survived. The business plan was extremely fragile. I don't know if you were at the committee 5 years ago. It was a very challenged business plan, and they all failed before. And so, really be careful what you wish for. Okay. And all this regulation, I'm in a regulated industry, it's awful what we're given. It's just we have to pay the bills.
No, thank you for that. I mean, just to reiterate, we're not in. It's not within our powers to make any fines within this committee at all. And it's just, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Evans said, to hear so many supporters of a restaurant. Don't often get that.
And there was a constructive proposal, with more communication, make sure that things are applied. And then you go to maybe there's another jurisdiction for something bigger. But you have to decide, you want this alive or not. And if you want these restaurants closed, remember how much time it took to have another restaurant viable to happen. It's the last restaurant viable was in 2007, and it failed miserably until 2015.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, I think it's always incredibly important in these reviews to hear what the impact on the community is, whether positive or negative, of a premises. Councillor Spalding, is that your hand up? Because I need to turn to the police to ask any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, just one question since Monsieur Chattin has raised be careful what you wish for, and talks about the financial viability. Mr. Chattin, are you aware that Casa Cruz London Limited the company which Mr. Fallows is the director of has a person with significant control. And that person with significant control, who owns more than 75% of the shares, is a company called Casa Cruz Holdings Limited. And Casa Cruz Holdings Limited has 3 directors, including Mr. Francois Perraudot and Mr. Bertrand Perraudot. And it's public knowledge, published in the Times Rich List every year, that the Perraudot companies and the Perraudot family are just about the richest billionaires in France. And they're ultimately the people who have the shares and the ultimate control, significant control of this one small company. But there is a huge amount of funding ultimately behind this restaurant. Were you aware of that?
I was not. And I don't think it is a reason just to assume for granted that somebody else could come in and make a successful business. I don't think we should just go after people because they can pay. They operate a business that is useful, and we should take them for what they are, which is this restaurant. I'm not sure the Perraudot family or whatever family was aware of what was going on.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Spalding, for your question. Thank you for your response, Mr. Chatton. Mr. Holland, from the police, do you have any questions to any of the supporters, please? And particularly if you have any questions regarding some of the issues they've mentioned about safety, because obviously safety comes under the police's remit.
Well, Chair, no. In terms of questions from me, no, I don't. In terms of local safety, the expert is PC Holt. I'll ask him if there's anything he wants to raise. But so far as I'm concerned, the police's representative, we welcome the input of the local residents, and I don't seek for 1 minute to suggest that anything they have said of what they experience locally isn't what they experience. PC Davis, is there any assistance you can give on the area?
Madam Chair, no, I mean it's been quite eloquently put forward by Mr. Chattin and the councillor in respect to their experiences. As I said, there's no further association in relation to crime and disorder during the time frames that I checked, and so I think that is our position on that matter.
Thank you. And Mr. Holland, did you say that PC Holt was still on the call? And because he's more of a patrolling policeman, is that correct? My understanding?
He's my instructing solicitor.
Oh, right. So do we have the PC, who was one of the witnesses that actually attended the venue?
Let me ask Mr.
Yeah, that's the PC Lana. I'm not sure if he's still here.
He was on the call.
Yes, I'm still present, Chair.
Oh, hi, PC Lana. Thank you for still
Hello,
being present.
Chair.
Hi, thank you. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask to any of the supporters, or any insights you may want to say about the general safety? And there's been lots of mention of drugs and gangs and muggings and stabbings and things. Just that's really rather alarming in the area. So.
Yeah, well, I've been operating as a response officer on this borough for approximately a year, so I certainly can't attest to anything before Casa Cruz replaced the Clarendon, which seems to be where quite a lot of the supporters are saying things have gotten slightly better, but or generally better. But there's certainly in the area, around that area, has been a large burglary problem that has been being dealt with. I'm afraid I don't have any statistics to hand, but I can't really attest to how much Casa Cruz has changed that. I don't have the statistics, unfortunately.
Okay, I understand. I understand you don't have the statistics, but but thank you. And you're continuing to walk in the area and everything?
Yes. I generally operate on mobile patrol in a car in full uniform, but I do occasionally go out on foot as well. So yes, I do operate in the area on foot and in the cars.
Thank you. Well, thank you on behalf of everyone for keeping everyone safe in this difficult time. Really appreciate all of the work the police are doing, and being out in the street as well is really fantastic. So thank you very much. So any questions from environmental health or the licensing enforcement for any of the supporters?
There's nothing from me. Thank you, Chair.
Nothing from me either. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now I think we're going to go back to Ms. Titcombe about the conditions, and again, any questions or anything you wish to ask to any members.
Sorry, I was just checking. Have the police and the responsible authorities, did they want to ask any questions of the police? Because we went from the police to the supporters. I'm just checking whether they needed to question the police at all. The premises licence holder, rather.
Laura and Mr. McKenna, any questions to the premises licence holder?
No questions to the premises licence holder from licensing. Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So going back to the conditions, as I said, Mr. Grant helpfully went through the conditions and confirmed that his...
Sorry, Ms. Titcombe, I'm just going to let the supporters know you're very welcome to stay on the call if you wish to, but we won't be asking you any more questions. So don't feel you have to stay on the call if you have anything else to head back to. Thank you very much, though. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So
thank you so much, and good luck. Bye.
So turning to the conditions, which are on the screen now, Mr. Grant helpfully confirmed which conditions his client was prepared to offer. There was only one slight condition that we just need to discuss, and that's my understanding is that if the CCTV condition is to be changed, as suggested by the premises licence holder, they want a cloud-based system. I need confirmation from both the police and the licensing authority whether that is something acceptable to them, or whether they would prefer a condition in the form set out in black on that document. So I wonder if each of them could comment.
Shall I come in first from licensing?
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, I did recommend the condition below, but I think maybe slightly amalgamating the two conditions. And there's a few parts in the original condition which I think would be helpful in regards to inside the CCTV cameras being within the premises and outside, and full facial recognition. I think maybe some parts of that within this condition would be really helpful. There was one other point within the condition where I've seen there's mention of, sorry, I'm just going to pull it up on my screen. There's a mention of I'm not sure what they mean by the police shall be provided with facility to view the CCTV recordings in real time. I'd really appreciate if that could be clarified, and if that could also be something for the licensing authority to be able to view in real time as well, if that would be possible to be on the condition.
Thank you. And in relation to the cloud-based system, what's your view on that?
I would like to know, again, what they mean by cloud-based and how that would be stored, how that would be securely stored. Yeah, so to include, if they could clarify that in regards, as well as the query regarding the real-time viewing, that'd be really helpful.
Okay, if I may, I would ask Mr. Holland or Mr. Davis to comment on the amendments suggested by the premises licence holder, which are shown in yellow there. Could you comment on what Ms. McGahn has just said?
Yeah, from a policing perspective, just a case of reiterating what Laura said, is in the sense that, clearly stipulating what they mean by cloud-based. And obviously, in context, is access to CCTV immediately, whereby we can proactively investigate accordingly. That is the kind of primary concern. And I think that's the kind of line in the sand, for want of a better word, in relation to the CCTV. And the integrity is protected.
Yes, I think they have mentioned a lockable, that the CCTV is in a lockable device. I don't know whether that's possible. The police may be able to comment on that.
Again, I think it's a question of accessing it when it's needed in support of the licensing objectives. It'd be difficult for me to stipulate specifically, as long as it's fit for purpose and it's enforceable. I think that's our position. Okay, thank you very much. So Mr. Grant, could you help us on what is meant by cloud-based, and whether you would also agree to have an amalgamation of the CCTV conditions as suggested by the police and Ms. McGann?
In answer to the second question, yes, we're happy with an amalgamation. In response to the cloud-based system, the way, as I understand it, it works is, rather than have everything stored on a physical hard drive in a machine in the restaurant, which can be interfered with in the highly concerning way it appears to have taken place in this case, as we speculate, everything goes straight up onto the cloud and it's stored on the cloud. In other words, it cannot be interfered with. So the wording that's now highlighted, I think, is sufficient to give the cloud-based storage, as well as having the police be able to view it in real time. And I'm happy to add the licensing authority to that condition as well, so they can do the same. So the way the condition is worded in the highlighted words before us, with the insertion of the words the police and licensing authority shall be provided with a facility, I think that will achieve all the other aims. Whether it still needs to be locked, it probably doesn't, because the purpose of locking it is to preventing anyone interfering with the physical hard drive. If it's all being uploaded onto a cloud-based system, you don't actually need to lock the system itself. And indeed, that might interfere with engineers, for example, trying to fix it. So I would expect that if it's cloud-based and everything's cloud-based, it doesn't necessarily have to be, the physical unit doesn't have to be locked, because the physical unit is no longer going to be the unit that stores the footage. Does that answer the queries?
Yes, it does help. I'm just wondering, in relation to cloud-based, how robust that is, because obviously if you have a hard drive, apart from this incident, obviously, where it has disappeared, is it secure, basically, to have a cloud-based system?
Yes, I think the answer is probably in the words at the top of the screen, on a cloud-based system to the satisfaction of officers of the Met Police. So we will have to show them our proposals for the cloud-based system, and they'll have to be satisfied it's secure before they approve it. So it can be done.
Yes, that way. I can certainly put cloud-based or hard drive to the satisfaction of the police, so that it can cover both eventuality, and I can amend it if of course the committee are minded to attach these conditions to the licence.
Yes, of course. And I see Mr. Holland's hands up, and he may have a constructive suggestion, as usual.
Yes, I've just been taking some instructions over WhatsApp, and it may be an idea to have it hard drive and or cloud-based system to the satisfaction of the police, because the point occurs that if it's purely cloud-based, if there's an internet problem, then there may be no record. So I don't know whether it's technically possible to do both, but a belt and braces approach may be the way forward.
Yes, that's helpful. And I can certainly work on that, and I don't have any further questions in relation to the conditions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Titchcombe, for that about the conditions, and thank you for both Mr. Holland and Mr. Grant for working backwards and forwards on that. So I think we're nearing the close of this committee, and we do not have any summing up, but I just want to
Chair,
oh no, hang on, sorry, we have to, yes, I was just about to say, we have to come back.
Yes.
Mr. Grant, you were going to come back with some questions.
I was going to hopefully come back with the answers that I'm able to give, so long as the various lawyers and advisors permit me to give them.
So have you managed to find them, or would you like us?
Yes, we have arranged a Zoom with the relevant parties now. I suspect we may need 45 minutes before we can come back to you. I've already explained a lot of the questions about the risk assessments. We have the people involved who will be able to answer those, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Thomas for getting hold of them.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there. So if you have 45 minutes, that will take us to 3 p.m.
Yes.
And so we will come back again at 3 p.m. and hear those answers, please.
Yes.
And then we will see if we need to have any further discussions about what those answers bring up. Does that make sense to everybody? Ms. Titcombe, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy. I just would ask Miss Wright whether the hearing can last that long, or whether it has to be reset. Perhaps you could just confirm it. Maybe it's okay with this new Teams setup.
Yes, thank you, Heidi. It's Anne Wright here. I can confirm with our live stream through YouTube, it's fine. The committee can continue. We don't have a time cut off. Obviously, I would request that we will put an adjournment slide on the screen, but if everybody could just make sure that they are on mute and that they are not speaking in the 45-minute adjournment, otherwise that will be streamed live as well.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Understood. So no one leaves the meeting. We just turn our cameras off and go on mute. Thank you. And it's not going to expire the Teams meeting. So thank you. So that's confirmed. If you could get those answers, that'd be much appreciated. And we will reconvene at 3 p.m. Thank you all. This meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
For G, that will be quicker.
Tibor is now exiting.
Good afternoon. This is the clerk to the Licensing Committee. Just for the benefit of anybody watching online through the live stream through YouTube, the subcommittee will recommence at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Is Anne or Esme there?
I'm here, Gareth. The meeting is still live.
All right. Did you see in licensing governance there's a request for you to forward the link to 2 people?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Gareth.
Sorry, you probably said I could have done it myself, but...
No problem.
It's now 3 o'clock. Chair, are you in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Can we just check that we have Mr. Holland and Mr. Grant? Are they back with us?
I see Mr. Grant.
I'm here.
I'm here, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Would you be able to let the chairman know about the witnesses you'd like to call?
Yes. Firstly, thank you very much for the time, councillors. There are 2 witnesses who are named in the papers. Marchana Kaskowitz, who was the training manager from August 2019 to August 2020. And there is Roman Suzanaki, and I apologise for my pronunciation, who has been one of the managers there, also involved in the training and risk assessment process from February 2018. They, between them, together with Tibor, who's already online, can answer all of the questions raised by Councillor Spalding, because they were there and they were responsible for the documentation that's before you in the bundle. So we would ask you please to be able to enable them to come in so that you can hear the answers straight from the horse's mouth.
Yes, I agree to that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's Anne Wright here. Just to let you know that I believe Roman has joined us. Roman, can we check your microphone, please?
Yes, hello.
Thank you, Roman. We are waiting for the other witness, though, however, to join us, Mr. Grant.
Okay. I know she's calling in from Poland, where she's from, and I know the internet connection isn't great. Although that said, we've been able to have a conversation with her via Zoom during the breakout. So I'm going to ask perhaps one of my instructing solicitors, Holly, to perhaps give her a call, see how she's doing.
And while you're doing that, Anne, can we just check that we have Councillor Spalding on the line as well?
Yes, I believe he is with us.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Great, thank you. And we've obviously got Mr. Holland, I think, is there. Yes.
Councillor, what did I say? While we're waiting for Marciana to join us, can I deal with some of the other matters, so outside the risk assessment and training sheets that were raised in questions?
Yes, I just want to formally restart the hearing, if I may. So we are now back, and this is formally restarting the hearing into the review of the licensed premises at Casa Cruz. Thank you. So, yes, so if you want to carry on, Mr. Grant.
Yes, so I'm going to endeavour to answer all of the questions that were raised just before the short break. Firstly, were there any other members of staff present on the 28th of November other than Scotty Batare? My instructions are no. Was Reginald the doorman present on the 28th of November? The answer is no.
Please wait, your call will continue in a moment. Is now joining.
Guessing that might be Marciana, but we'll find out.
Yes, it's me. Hello.
Thank you. Marciana, if you just hold there, I'm just going to deal with the other matters and then we'll bring you in to deal with the risk assessments. So if you can put yourself on mute for the moment, please.
Of course.
Dealing with the employment status of Scotty Batare.
Sorry, can I just confirm? So no other staff were premises, and Reginald the doorman was not there either. Sorry, there was just noise on the line.
Correct. Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
You will immediately appreciate why I have to be very careful in what I say in what is a very public forum about Mr. Batare's position. And the reason for that is this. At the moment, there are 2 sets of legal proceedings, either in the offing or have offed. The first is the criminal investigation, including into Mr. Batare himself. And the second are disciplinary proceedings that have been launched by the company that employs him, which is not the license holder, Isabel Mayfair Limited, as I indicated earlier. And there is a contract of confidentiality surrounding those disciplinary proceedings. If I were to indicate in public how those proceedings are expected to conclude, it would be to prejudge those disciplinary proceedings and may very well undermine them legally. It suffices to say that you have conditions making it very clear Mr. Batarai will have nothing to do with Casa Cruz and will be permanently barred. And I hope it's sufficiently clear from the way that Mr. Fallows has dealt with Mr. Batarai what their view would be about him working for them in any capacity. Having spoken to the legal advisors in both the employment and the criminal investigation, I'm not able to go any further than that. And I hope you'll understand the sensitivities between that is behind the somewhat formulaic response that I'm able to give to you.
Yes, thank you. That clarifies it in my mind. Thank you.
Could I deal with one other matter raised by Councillor Spalding, somewhat out of the blue, and it was reference to the Perodo family, who are shareholders in a holding company. I'll just say this. The Perodo name has not been raised by anyone before that question and do not form part of the evidence in this case. I say this, it would be wholly speculative to suppose what wealthy members of a holding company will or will not do in relation to this restaurant. There is no evidence before you that these gentlemen, this family, are prepared to put one penny forward to help the restaurant. So it is wholly unsafe to proceed on the basis of what a shareholder in a holding company may or may not do. The evidence before you is from Nick Fallows, as submitted by me, that were this extension to go into April, that will have existential consequences for the restaurant. That's the evidence, not what Perodo family may or may not do. And now I think I can deal with the matters concerning the risk assessments and training sheets. And I'm very grateful, particularly to Marciana, who doesn't work for the company anymore, to be prepared to give up her time to assist us. And I'm going to try and deal with these, I think there were 7 questions, in the order in which Councillor Spalding asked them. If I've inadvertently missed out or misunderstood any of the questions, I would welcome Councillor Spalding, as I'm sure he will, coming back to put me on the right track. Marciana, can you unmute, please, so I can hear you?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Now, if we bring up page 60, so bottom page 60. So if you look at the black text, you don't type it in there. No, not that one. That's it. If you go up, you see the black numbering, the internal numbering, 68. If we go to page 60, which was the first document Councillor Spalding referred to. Thank you. If we go to the bottom. Just up a little. Thank you. So we can see the dates at the bottom. So the first question was, pause there, please. The first question is, why do we have completed date of assessment as 30th of November 2020 and review date 30th of November 2020, yet the document has a date at the bottom of the 7th of December. Now, the answer to that is these. This was an online document and process. And the date it was actually carried out by the employee and the trainer is the review date 30th of November. When subsequently those documents are printed out, the date on the bottom is the date of printout. Marciana and or Roman, can you confirm that's your understanding, please?
Yes, that's correct.
That's Roman talking. Thank you. The second question is the email of Marciana at page internal pagination 83. So Marciana, that's the email you sent to staff, and I think I answered Councillor Spalding's question by, of course, accepting the responsibility is on the licence holder to properly risk assess the venue and provide a COVID-safe risk assessment. So that, I believe, is the answer I gave earlier, but in case I didn't, it's the one I now give. Question number 3 looked at the risk assessments from October 2020. Now I'm going to, these are signed by Roman, who's online now, by Payo, and by Nicola. And there is a question about why the dates are in a different ink to the signatures. So could I ask please either Marcella or Roman to come in and explain why there is different colour inks between the signature and the dates?
Gary, I'm truly sorry. I keep losing connections. I'm not really hearing properly the questions. However, are you asking about the risk assessments and why is there a different ink? Is that correct?
Yes, please, Marciana.
Gary, if you don't mind, maybe I will just start from the beginning. What happened exactly from the first training? Would that be fine?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. So in July 2020, we were preparing for a reopening of Casa Cruz in July, if I'm not mistaken. Please do forgive me if I will give you a wrong date or times, as I can't really remember now after a few months all those details. However, we were preparing for the reopening and we did notify as many employees to attend the trainings which we've organized in Casa Cruz, and that was including the risk assessments, COVID risk assessments, fire training, food training, beverages trainings, and all those trainings that happen within 1 week's time. Now, all the risk assessments were done on the first day of the training, and each document had around 9 or 11 pages. I can't remember exactly now how many pages. What we did, we gave the pen to all the staff. We bought the pens especially because we knew that the staff attending the training, they probably won't be prepared by carrying their own accessories like pens. And then we did the trainings. The trainings was done by Tibor when it comes to risk assessments, which is a general manager of Isabel, and he was supporting Casa Cruz. And unfortunately, at the same time of the training in Casa Cruz, there was a refurbishment happening at the same time. And after the training, we've placed all the documents in a plastic bag. And unfortunately, that bag has been misplaced, so we couldn't find it anywhere. I'm not really sure what happened with it because we couldn't find it. And in August, when I returned from holidays, I wanted to make sure that staff signs all the documents, whoever attended the training, that still we have a proof that they've actually did the training. I did reprint the risk assessments, the same risk assessments. I signed them, I put the dates. There might be a mistake with the dates as I couldn't remember exactly which day we did the training. And I've asked the HODs to make sure that whenever their employee comes to premises, because they are working on a different schedule patterns, so it was very difficult for me to come in and try to grab each and one of them to sign it. I've asked them make sure that all the staff signs the documents. That's why there will be a difference with the ink and the dates. The date is more human error, but obviously the GMs, they knew exactly who attended the trainings. And that's the reason why the ink is different as well, because we gave the different pen to the staff. And I do have a different pen, like the same as managers.
Thank you. The next question is, why, if we have up to 44 staff members, are there only 19 names mentioned on the various training sheets? What's the answer to that, please?
That is a very good question. Again, on the first day, we had a list, because obviously you need to have a list of all the attendees for the training. That list was also included in the documents which were misplaced. I can't really tell you exactly what is the final number of the staff which returned to attend the training. I would be guessing it was definitely more than 20. I'm not really sure how many documents were recovered after I have left the company.
Right. So some documents were misplaced. Is there also an issue, the documents that have been included in the bundle, that training relates to the front of house staff and do not include the back of house staff?
Yes, that's correct.
So the documents we have are related to the front of house staff. We have not served in our bundle back of house staff because it was less relevant to the issues in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the other questions now. Yes, why Mr. Bhattarai's name is not on the training? Can you explain what his role was in the training back in July?
Of course, Mr. Bhattarai, as a director of operations, he was participating in the training. He was there as well to welcome the staff. There was a welcoming opening speech to welcome all the staff coming back from the furlough and being away for such a long time from the company. And of course, Scotty Bhattarai was taking part in the training, especially when it comes to risk assessments and COVID. He was there. But at the same time, because there were contractors on site, Scotty was involved. He was being pulled out to go and check on various projects happening at the same time. And again, we wanted to make sure that all the documents are signed off properly, that there are dates, that nothing is missing. And please do take into consideration that the staff which was taking part in the training, they are not all fluent in English. So it does take time to go through so many documents, which at least one training part has around 11, 12 pages. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to sit down with all those documents, go through them properly, page by page, sign everything off at the end of the day or the next day, because we were continuously different training happening every single day. So it was very difficult to have 2-3 hours of free time just to sit down and go through page by page. But I can ensure and I can confirm that Scotty Bhattarai was participating in the training with the risk assessments and COVID risk assessments.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask this final question. While you were there, did Casa Cruise London Limited take their duties to provide a COVID-safe environment seriously?
Absolutely. And I have no doubt. I remember our meetings throughout all the lockdown. We had a weekly, daily Zoom calls, meetings with the owner, with Mr. Juan Santa Cruz, with Scotty, with Nick Fallows, to decide on the best measures to make sure that the staff and whoever is involved is safe, that we're not risking anybody's health, from the PPE, from the uniform, which was ordered and designed. The staff was actually trained as well on the day how to move in the venue, how to navigate through the premises, to keep the distance between each other and the guests. So I can say in 100%, the company was very serious about all the restrictions and precautions on COVID-19.
Thank you. I hope that deals with all of the questions, but if there are any other matters that I've neglected to ask you, I'm sure Councillor Spalding will be able to ask them himself.
Chairman, if I may just ask 2 questions.
Yes, sure, because I think we spent a lot of time on these risk assessments.
We have.
I think there's other issues we still need to answer.
We do. Thank you, Mariana, for dialing in from Poland, I believe.
Yes.
So thank you very much. Just 2 questions arising from what you've said. if we can look at those risk assessments, which are on page 97 to 308, they're actually records of training on COVID precautions. So we go to page 97 onwards. If we look at any one of these at the bottom, keep going down where they're signed. Let's just take the first one at random. Stop. Can we see there is no trainer name has been put in to say that the training has been done? And the date has been added in blue. And I think you said all the records have been lost. And so these are recreated records. Is that correct?
I think I need to ask here for Roman to help me out, because from this, what I understood, some documents were found. I'm not really sure, Roman, if you could just chip in over here and help me out on that. Because for the time being, when I was with the company, unfortunately, until end of August, I didn't manage to find the document. But again, Venue Casa Cruz was providing food takeaway, and everybody were very busy. So it was very hard to come there on a daily basis to keep asking the same question. Did you find them? Did you find them? And in August, after the August, I wasn't in the company, so I can't really give you the specific answer to that. So Roman, if you could maybe jump in. If that's the one which I printed for the staff to sign, was it that
Roman,
one?
can you assist here?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Roman, allow them to.
Okay, from what I remember from that time, yes, those which were misplaced or we couldn't find, they were pre-printed and new sheets just to have their signature, just to have them signed. So we make sure that we have all the proofs that we can, that all the staff were trained. Hence the reason why there were copies which were created, call it as a default if you want to, with a date, and then people went around and then signing them. Hence the reason why you see the difference. But the trainer name, and it was just because it was actually related to this first training that Marciana conducted. Can't remember the date again, as a group training. So they actually,
okay.
So the group,
I'm going to interrupt here, Roman and Marciana and Councillor Spalding. Thank you very much for all this. I feel we've got to the bottom of a lot of these risk assessment and training issues, and thank you for coming on the line.
If I may, just my second question.
Councillor Spalding, I think you've had 10 questions on this one issue, and we've got the people involved again, and there's some other quite important issues.
They have come from Poland, and to be fair to them, my final question, Chair, if you could indulge me, is where is the training record for Mr. Batarai? Because this is getting to the root. As Mr. Grant has said, we've got to get to the root of the causes of this event. Where is the risk assessment done by Mr. Batarai, and where is his training record?
I don't think it appears there, but with respect, when we look at the issues, the issue is not, was there sufficient training? The issue is Mr. Batarai decided to ignore all that training and go off on his own, and what consequences should flow from that. So with our respectful submission, that is the issue for you to consider.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Grant. You've clarified that. So there is no record of him doing any risk assessment. There is no record of him having been trained by the company. Thank you.
No, he did not carry out the risk assessment himself. Others carried out the risk assessment. I can bring in.
There is no record of him being trained by the company in COVID risks.
Well, no, that would be an unsafe and unsupported by the evidence. So if I need to deal with that, I can bring in Marciana and Roman to explain whether Scotty himself was trained.
It's Heidi Titcombe here. Mr. Grant, I think you do need to clarify that, because there is also an issue as to whether the premises licence holder has acted appropriately, and I know that you've given evidence that they have, but the committee are trying to test that. And one question, as Councillor Spalding has quite rightly raised, is whether the former DPS has been trained.
I'm going to ask perhaps any of my team who's best placed to answer that question to come in, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi, it's me, Mercy.
Yes. Can you answer that question?
Yes, of course. Like I mentioned at the beginning, on the first day we did the risk assessments training and Scotty Badari was participating in the training. He was physically present, he was participating. Again, with the signing documents, he didn't sign the documents because we wanted to make sure that all the documents are signed properly. But because there were at the same time refurbishment, the food being served takeaway, there were a lot of different things happening. We wanted to do it the minute when we wrap up the trainings with the front of house team, because there was a lot of people in the venue which we wanted to make sure is trained and done properly. If that answers the question.
So the answer is he did receive the training, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
The second question is, who carried out the risk assessments in July, for example? Roman, do you want to come in?
Sorry, I've lost the connection.
Yes.
Yes. Well, unless it's required, I think that probably directly answers Councillor Spalding's question, so I'll leave it there unless anyone needs further clarification.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Spalding, for that, and thank you, Mr. Grant, for getting both Roman and Marcia over and to clarify those points about the training. Thank you. And I just want to clarify one more question with you about
Please wait, your call will continue in a moment.
Mariana, can you put yourself on mute, please? Mariana, thank you.
Thank you. Just a question to go back to the £5,000 that has been much talked about. And I know that you're talking about two different sets of other legal proceedings. But there is some confusion in my mind as to whether Mr. Batari took the £5,000 himself and pocketed it, or if it went to the venue, if it went to the premises. If you could please clarify that for me.
The information we have is still has not been paid.
It has not been paid. And was it offered to, who was it offered to?
Mr. Batari.
As an individual.
That's what he suggests, yes. We've got the evidence you have. That's what he told the police.
Okay, fantastic.
He expressed the words, I was greedy.
Is now exiting.
Thank you. And can I please just go back to Councillor Evans's question? I believe, Councillor Evans, you had a question to Mr. Holland, re the £10,000 fine.
Exactly, yes.
I don't know if we want to bring in Mr. Holland here. Please stay there, Mr. Grant, because we'll just kind of try to clarify a few issues.
I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to deal with that. Sorry, I put my camera on. I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to deal with that, but spoiler alert, I'm afraid, again, because there are ongoing legal proceedings, I don't think he can add much to what he's already said, but Mr. Davis.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to affirm that there is kind of an ongoing process and the actual amounts can't be disclosed as it's an ongoing concern for the police at the moment. So that statement I referred to earlier remains.
Are you allowed to say who would be fined, or is that?
There's 4 people that have been identified as a result, and I said there's ongoing in relation. So I can't really kind of comment much further.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Grant, I just want to kind of circle back a bit, please, if I may, with asking Mr. Fallow about his action. Again, I asked this before about, we know the action, it's all in the records about what he did when he discovered the incident, and he didn't know about it until someone doorstepped him, I understand. But we're still kind of trying to find out about the CCTV. So he didn't go to the premises straight away and say, let me see the CCTV.
Mr. Fallows is online and will correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is the answer is no, because he was subject to lockdown.
That's correct.
And then he arranged for Scotty to directly deal with the police and the licensing authority who had needed to speak with him about what had happened on the 28th. Is that right, Mr. Fallows?
That's correct, yes.
And so, Mr. Fallows, while you're on the line, I would just like to ask you, in terms of your responsibilities, thank you, hi, nice to see you, your responsibilities as the premises licensed holder. And we need to understand how seriously you take those responsibilities, please. And if you could just elaborate a bit more on that for us, and how you propose monitoring any future DPSs if we decided not to revoke your license.
My responsibility within the company, as is in my statement, is I have been predominantly involved in monitoring the investment for the shareholders with regular weekly meetings through which we discuss all operations, including COVID and safety. But there is responsibility had previously been delegated to Scotty for the day-to-day operations. Going forward with the replacement DPS, I would make it clear to all staff that if they have any concerns, then they can contact me directly, so that I am aware of everything that's going on, and to increase our involvement and monitoring. We put a lot of faith in a member of staff who was highly qualified, and unfortunately, that trust was breached.
Okay, thank you. And while you're here, I don't know if Councillor Evans or Councillor Spalding have anything they wish to specifically ask to Mr. Fallows. No? Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I just ask one question?
Yes, of course.
Yes, Mr. Fallows, thank you. Whilst you may delegate some responsibility to the designated premises supervisor, you are the premises licence holder. So how can you reassure the committee that the conditions of the licence will be complied with, in particular in relation to the CCTV? If there were no recordings, that is a severe breach of the licence. How can you reassure the members that that won't happen again?
Well, the proposal for the replacement CCTV system, subject to the approval of the police, would be a system which could not be interfered with, and that's why the proposal for having either or and a cloud-based system which cannot be tampered with by any employee would not be available to them is the method.
But what monitoring are you envisaging?
What monitoring of the CCTV with a cloud-based system? My understanding from the proposals that have been discussed is it's something that could be monitored remotely, and so I would be able to access the CCTV. But the priority is to make sure it is a system which cannot be tampered with by anybody, so that it can be accessible to the police should they require it.
Yes, I understand that, but you employed a highly respected DPS, so it just goes to show that even if you have a respected DPS, they can make errors like a more junior person. So what measures will you put in place to make sure that you have checks and balances of your staff, including the DPS?
So just to make sure I understand, are you referring to the CCTV, or are you asking more generally?
Generally, which would include all the conditions on the licence as well.
We will continue to reiterate to the staff the importance of complying with the conditions, or any conditions which are applied to the licence. And I will personally take a more active involvement to be engaged with the staff to make sure people understand how important it is to us as the company and and the shareholders that the company should be operated in a way which is safe for the staff and the customers.
Thank you very much.
Question. May I ask a question, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Fellows, could you repeat when you found out about this incident?
On the Sunday following the incident in the late afternoon when a journalist knocked on the door of my house.
Right. Well, as a premises license holder, wouldn't you expect such an incident should be reported to you straight away? And in future, going forward, will you be doing that?
I wouldn't expect it to happen. So yes, I would have expected it to be reported to me straight away, but I wasn't, as I hadn't been told in advance that it was happening. It didn't surprise me that they hadn't reported it to me then.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
As I wasn't told in advance, the fact that they then didn't tell me that it happened follows on from the two. But yes, I would always expect to be informed. I wouldn't expect to find out anything from the press.
Right. And do you anticipate, you said you're going to be more hands-on. Will you be in touch with your premises? Will you call in the evenings, etc.? Considering the situation, see how your restaurant is doing in the evening, find out at the end of the evening. Will your staff be told to call you? Will your computer plug into the CCTV, as most systems do these days, or to your phone?
I would hope to be able to get access to the CCTV once the system is approved. And yes, I do intend to go to the restaurant and to make it clear to all staff that is there anything that concerns them in the way that it's been operated, that they could contact me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. I just don't want to prolong these questions for too much longer because I'm aware that we have officially kind of had all our slots of questioning, but I do just have one thing that has been raised over the hearing regarding the publicity, and I don't know who would be best placed to answer this. So I have on one hand the premises license holder saying publicity is not a proper factor to take into account. But then on the other hand, we hear Mr. Holland from the police saying that deterrence is important due to the public expectations because it is such a highly publicised case. So as a committee, we are trying to balance the two. And at the risk of making an example of the premises, but the question is, if it wasn't a well-known celebrity, would we be doing that? So I suppose that's a kind of a rather open question. First of all, I suppose I'd just like to ask that to Mr. Holland about the deterrence, the aspect of deterrence.
Chair, it's the authority is Knightsbridge Crown Court Ex Parte International Sporting Club, which is at paragraph 29 of my Sampson argument, that says in terms that there may well be cases in which the wrongdoing of the company licence holder, which I interject can include its acts by its agents, has been so flagrant and so well publicised, no amount of restructuring can restore confidence in it as a fit and proper person to hold a licence. It will stand condemned in the public mind as a person unfit to hold a licence, and public confidence in the licensing justices would be gravely shaken by allowing it to continue to run the casino. I mean, obviously, we make the necessary changes because we're in a different regime, but that is a principle. So I don't think it's controversial to say that the publicity afforded to past misconduct can, at law, become a relevant factor, however unfair that may feel to the premises license holder and to residents who complain about that, can become a relevant factor when you are considering what is appropriate and proportionate if I take a lesser step than, as the police are saying, revocation should be taken, will that actually undermine the promotion of the licensing objectives because of the publicity given in this particular circumstance? So I simply rely on case law for saying that is a relevant factor to be taken into account.
Thank you. So the same question to you, Mr. Grant. Thank you.
I'm going to pick up with the case law that Mr. Holland just used, the Knightsbridge Casino case, because it gives an excellent example of the sort of cases where deterrence required that is so very different to today's case. That was a case where, and I'm reading straight from the case itself, I can send this off to Ms. Titcombe later if necessary, but the divisional court described the evidence as follows. This was a casino that had its licence effectively revoked. The evidence took many days to hear and revealed a whole catalogue of wrongdoing. It's not necessary to enumerate all the various breaches of the Gaming Act 1968 that the companies had been committed. It will suffice to say they were numerous, serious and extended over a number of years. And that's why, against that context, it was suggested that if you get new shareholders effectively coming in and taking over the company, that you can't simply whitewash what had happened before. And simply to state the facts of Knightsbridge discloses how very different it is to this case. This is a case of a one-off, isolated incident involving a highly publicised breach. In answer to your question, what would have happened if this didn't hit all the tabloids? Well, the most likely explanation is they would have been given a warning and not even have their licence reviewed. Why do I say that? Because of all the licence reviews that have followed licence breaches, the overwhelming majority have not involved one breach. They have involved persistent breaches after licence holders have been given warnings. And then they've gone on and they've carried on doing it, and that has resulted in a review application. I won't quite use the phrase unique because there's always going to be an example of another case. I confess I'm not aware of it, but we are here because of the publicity. It otherwise is most likely to have been dealt with by way of a warning, a fixed penalty notice, don't do it again, that's the end of it. We are only here because of the publicity. So
thank you very much.
Mr. Grant, I can advise that this is the third review that we've done in the last few months. So we do several reviews in this council when there has been wrongdoing.
Thank you. This is our first COVID review, isn't it, though, Ms. Titcombe? We haven't done a one regarding breaching of the COVID regulations. This is our first COVID regulation review.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, I'm only talking about COVID regulation reviews.
Okay, thank you both, Mr. Holland and Mr. Grant, for answering that a slightly roundabout question, but I kind of feel it gets to the nub of it in many ways, and why we're all here today as well. I would like to just bring in our legal team and our licensing team as well to see if there's any other things that we need to raise before we draw this meeting to a close.
Nothing from the licensing team, Chair.
The only thing you could check, because we've had a number of adjournments, is just to make sure that that we haven't missed anybody out who wanted to ask a question. If you could just ask that open question, and then if anybody did have a question, they could raise it with you.
Yes, definitely. Now is the time, please.
Yes, councillors. We have emailed through to you an additional proposed condition to consider. It's gone to Anne Wright and the parties, but I don't know if it's, as well as Ms. Titcombe, I don't know if it's been forwarded to you directly. But let me read it out. And this is in case of following Councillor Spalding's questioning, whether the risk assessment issue is still live in your minds. Can I suggest this additional condition for you to consider? I'll read it out, but it has been emailed to all of the officers. The premises licence holder shall instruct and engage a comprehensive and independent risk assessment within 28 days, and which shall be implemented to the satisfaction of the environmental health officer prior to the premises reopening. So there's that additional condition if you're minded to impose it.
Thank you. Can I ask Mr. McKenna whether he's seen that condition and whether that would be something agreeable to him?
Just heard it now, but yes, that would be agreeable to ourselves.
So that's where you're having to approve it. Not normally environmental health don't are reluctant to approve these things. That's why I'm just checking.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been approval. We couldn't sign it off, but we could just check to see that everything was in place and that it is implemented properly and then monitored and reviewed as it should be.
Thank you very much. I mean, there are very good reasons as to why environmental officers are reluctant to approve those sorts of documents.
Yeah, we don't approve.
So thank you for confirming that.
Thank you for that. So any other questions from any parties on this call? No. And Ms. Titcombe, are you happy that if the committee were minded to impose the conditions that all parties are clear on them?
Yes, I think so. I think we've given, I mean, I haven't seen this additional condition that Mr. Grant has referred to. I don't know if it can be pulled up. I understand it's been sent to government.
It's in the chat at the moment, I think. It's in the meeting chat. Anne's put it in the meeting chat.
Yes. Actually, it's Miss Titcombe. She may not be able to check her email because she's been very busy advising, but it's in her inbox as well.
Yes, I just want to make sure it's been discussed in the open hearing when all parties are present, rather than me just looking at it independently.
Right. It's up there it's in the meeting chat, as the councillor indicated.
Right, so as no one has any further questions, Mr. Grant, you have no further questions for any party?
No, I don't. Simply to thank you and your colleagues for your careful consideration today.
Fantastic. Thank you all very much for attending this hearing today. And I will just confirm that the hearing will shortly close and the committee will adjourn to make our decision in a closed session. And we will give out a summary decision within 5 working days with a full decision to follow as soon as possible. So this meeting is about to close and the live session will end. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.